All right, good morning. Sunday, February 4th, 2023, and we are in Microsoft Flight Simulator getting ready to do a little bit of Skyhawk flying. Good morning, God bless everybody. Great to see you today. It's going to be a great weekend, I think. We're going to do quite a bit of flying today, hopefully, and I'm looking forward to getting right into it here. So if you can see, as we jump into the sim here, our Skyhawk has a little bit of icing. We've got some ice this morning. It is a cold, cold morning in Greensboro, North Carolina. Pardon me. And the temperature currently sitting at -3, as we've got just a few cloud layer at 2,500, but a little bit of mist in the area today. So it's nice and cool, a little bit of moisture in the air, and we're going to have to try to fight through a little bit of the ice that we've got on the aircraft today. But it should be clearing up as the day progresses. So let's hop right inside, and you can see the icing effect here on the windows is pretty good. We got to get some heat into the aircraft, so that's going to be part of our challenge here. So let's go ahead and turn on our batteries. Let's get that yoke out of the way. The kids have been playing with the controls a little bit, so I got to make sure everything's in the right spot. All right, and first thing I'm going to do is turn on avionics bus number 2, that one right there, so we can get into the realism settings here and make sure we take all the external items off, including the wheel chocks. So I'm going to go ahead and set the parking brake before I do that. Wheel chocks removed, pitot covers off, tie downs, which is my least favorite thing to do in real life. Look at that ice. My goodness gracious, there's a lot of ice this morning. All right, we've got to get some heat inside the cabin. All right, so that's all set up. Make sure we got the altimeter set correctly. We're going to have to redo that when I turn it back on anyway. Okay, so this is all set up correctly, and as we go back and do our kind of exterior inspection, look at all that ice. Woo! You can see it on the wings too. This is going to be fun. All right, so what was I saying? So all the tie downs and covers and whatnot are all removed. Let me go ahead and turn off that avionics bus now. Okay, so get the switches off. Kids were playing with that, obviously. Okay, so first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and put the throttle and the mixture full in. Beacon is already turned on. We're going to turn the nav light on because we have some power to the aircraft. And we're going to run the fuel pump to get a little bit of fuel into the airplane. There we go. We got the fuel is flowing now, and let's turn the air pump on. All right, the fuel pump switch is not working. There it goes. Fuel is flowing into the aircraft. 3 to 5 seconds of that, and that's done. Don't have a primer in this aircraft, so don't need to worry about that. So we're just going to let everything out a little bit and then go about a quarter in. If we had windows right now, we'd open them, even though they're iced over, and we'd say, clear prop. Let everybody know that the aircraft is about to start spinning. The prop, that is. All right, and here we go. Turns over, we go full rich on the mix, and bring the mags to both. Get the alternator going, because we have to find the cabin heat. So pulling that cabin heat on. Get as much of that as we can get. Let's get some pitot heat on as well. Make sure that we're trying to cover those pitot. Unleash the pitot covers. The pitot tubes. Alright, let's get some power into the airplane here too. Start running up the RPMs here, about 1,000. And we'll turn on the avionics buses. We are getting a positive charge to the battery. Hoping that this clears up some of this ice. Looks like it's helping already. I can already see out this window a little bit better. All right, let's set the altimeter. Altimeter's set. Okay, so we're going to be flying up to Mount Airy, North Carolina today. And one of the things I wanted to show you guys is kind of the part of the... Oh, I don't have that plugged in. Hang on. part of the process for using ForeFlight, because my new thing is I'm going to be advocating, at least for people that are flying GA in some trying to kind of do some procedural training in the flight simulator, is use ForeFlight. Don't use Navicharts, because that's not very realistic at all. You're going to use ForeFlight in the real world. ForeFlight is a very powerful app, and so I want everybody to kind of get a feel for how that works and why it's useful. So we bring ForeFlight up here on the left side. I've started it where we're just tracking our airplane. Excuse me. And so we see our airplane here on the ramp at Greensboro, and I'm going to go ahead and hit the flight plan button up there, and we have a blank flight plan. So I'm going to tap in the middle to create the route, and we're going to start with KGSO, and we're going to be flying to I'm going to try something a little different today. KMWK space KAFP, which is Anson County, back to KMWK, Mount Airy. Which that reminds me, I need to start OnAir. There we go. And then we're going to be up to KMTV space KEXX is where our ending point will take us today. Still a little icy. Trying to warm the airplane up. Hopefully when we get airborne, get a little bit better. There's a little moisture down here, down low, so that's why we're getting all this ice. Alright, OnAir is up. Just want to make sure that I have this whole flight plan correct. Yeah, so we got Greensboro, Mount Airy, Anson County to Mount Airy to Martinsville to Davidson. All right, so I have that correct. And what I'm going to do in the sim is I'm actually just going to let's see, flight plan. I'm really just going. What is that? How did that even get there? Okay, so I don't need that. Push the button. There we go. I'm going to start entering this flight plan just to Mount Airy. We're going to kind of redo it every time. That way, if we have to load any approaches when we get close to the airport or anything, it won't screw up the entire rest of the flight plan. Goldsboro, Wayne, Greensboro, GSO. There we go. Add waypoint. And now we go to that's there. This is kind of working kind of squirrely today. So cool thing going on today is that we're using my sort of special sauce version of Greensboro Airport here in the simulator, which is the first time I've used this in a while, but I don't have any buildings in it. So go easy on me, because you're not going to see a single building on this airport. But ooh, look at all that ice. I think it's a little better than it was the last time. We'll see. Anyway, you'll see like the floating control tower. No terminal buildings. You'll see jetways. I've got to fix all that, but I'll have to go in and really mess with it a little bit. Let's go up here. But the important thing is all the taxiways and ramps are named correctly. They're marked correctly, and it's pretty high quality. Otherwise, there's some more realistic terrain elevation changes and things. So work in progress, but that's what we're using today. It's the secret sauce, special sauce. So that'll be fun. I can't tell if this is getting better or not. I can still see out that window pretty good. Anyway. Alright, so we got the cabin heat on. Hopefully I have that set correctly. Yeah, I think I do. Okay. And all these things here. Okay, so we've got the flight plan entered. We're still in ForeFlight. We're going to be... Let me turn that off. We'll zoom out. You can see all these crisscrossing lines here. So our first leg is to Mount Airy. Now, one of the things you can do in the flight plan mode here is if you look kind of right next to where it says wind, it will show you a little luggage thing, and you click that and it says we're going to pack. So it wants to pack for our flight. What it's going to do is that it's going to download all the weather, the fuel prices, NOTAMs, and things like that to your app, so that if you lose your internet connection in real life, you still have all that stuff loaded in. You can also set it to do approaches as well. So that'll have all the approach plates before you even leave. Let's see, we're going to go, I think we're just going to go at 4,000 feet to Mount Airy at least. Yeah, let's do that. Yeah, let's close that down there. So that's one of the cool little features that I like about ForeFlight. Okay, so we still got the engine running pretty good here. I think we're going to go ahead and start moving. Set the old CDI to GPS mode. Go brakes release. And we're moving. Pull up here, do a quick little run up before we leave the ramp. So pardon the bare ramp. As I said, it's not super realistic in that I don't have the buildings at all loaded in. It's all the default stuff. It's not really all that impressive anyway. So we kind of meander around the ramp here. You can see that it's not great. But that's not my problem. There is one building loaded in, which I modeled myself. So part of that project, which I might actually get going again. All right, so the wind is currently 110 at 10. So here we are. We're pointing it ahead at 110. I'm going to set the parking brake here. We're going to do our run up here on the signature FBO ramp. Let's get this baby powered up here. Here it goes, up to 1800 RPM. See how well it wants to run in these very cold conditions that we have today. Mixture's all the way in, and there's 1800 RPM. Let it run for a few seconds, hopefully get things warmed up a bit. Outside air temperature showing 25 degrees Fahrenheit. That is chilly. All right, let's do our mag check. So go 2 clicks to the left to start with, mag to the right mag only. There's a very, very minimal drop, which is good today. And we'll go back to both. Now we'll do left mag only. Minimal drop. Back to both. Check our alternate static air source. It's a little bit of a waiver, nothing too bad. And we're going to check our instruments. Fuel flow is in the green. EGTs are EGTing. Got good vacuum. Amps are way up. Pressure is up. Hopefully we've got the oil temp up pretty soon. And we have plenty of fuel in the tanks for this short flight to Mount Airy. And really hoping that running the engine up helps warm things up a little bit. Doesn't seem to have made much of a difference. All right, so run up is complete. We'll start our taxi. Greensboro traffic, Snare 17, Cessna Skyhawk taxi from the signature FBO ramp to runway 5 right for northwestbound departure. Greensboro traffic. All right, brakes are released. Throttle up a little bit more here. The airplane is a-moving. One of the things I like about having my version of the sim is that you can actually see the correct taxiway signs. Kilo 1, we're on Kilo 1, turn it on to Kilo. The taxiway markings are all correct. The lights are all in the right spot. They're not going to be in the middle of the taxiway. So, like I said, it's a work in progress, and we're going to see a lot of bounciness here on the taxiway, but I think we'll live. And we are taxiing fast today. see, it's bouncy. And that's one of the things. That's one of the reasons I haven't really done a whole lot of work on this, on the scenery in a while. Is the bounce, the terraforming is just horrendous, as is in the sim. It's hard for anybody who's brand new at this to really, kind of like I am, to really work with it all that much. So I don't like the all these dips and bouncing and everything. It just doesn't make sense really, but. There's got to be a way. All right, we're about to check. Crossing a active runway here. We got all the lights on for visibility. Quite a downhill here. Yeah, see all this uneven terrain. I'm trying to get the contour of the actual airport, but it's not working. It's not as easy to do as one might think. So that's why you don't necessarily see a whole lot of airports with a lot of character to them in that respect. All right, so we are short of the runway here. Strobes. I'm just going to leave all the lighting on and everything since we're about to take off. Hopefully the icing gets a little bit better as we get airborne, but this is sort of a real world type of scenario where we don't have a lot of visibility, so we aren't going to get to sort of practice some IFR type of operations. All right, let's set the parking brake real quick just so I can check a couple things before we get moving. Okay. Just a little bit more throttle will get our volts sign to turn off. Alright, I think we're ready to move here. Greensboro traffic, Snare 17 Cessna Skyhawk, takeoff runway 5 right and northwestbound departure, Greensboro traffic. Everything's set for takeoff. Flaps are down. Let's turn that up a notch. Oops, wrong one. There, no. There we go. 4,000 set. A little bit of throttle. Here we go. Out, 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 out. All right. Taking runway 5 right. Let's make sure we check this. R and 5, good. Runway confirmed. And let's hit it. Knots, 55, a little back pressure, and off we go. Some right rudder in. Back to 75 knots. Climbing out about 800 feet per minute. Start our left-hand turnout. select 2 button. What's going on here? Click points have got it changed. Alright, so we're going to get the roll. Arm altitude. Click points are not working right. Oh boy. Trying to get the autopilot sorted out here. Hang on a sec. What's going on with us today? All the click points are weird. Flight, you can see us joining up the magenta line. Still kind of icy. Outside air temperature now 18 degrees Fahrenheit. Alrighty. See our low fuel right tank. It's not particularly low. It's just we got about 10 gallons of fuel left, which is plenty to get us to Mount Airy. 32.8 miles to go till we're at Mount Airy. It's not too long of a flight, and we're just about to cruise here, so we'll be leaning it out here in a second. Because it's a cool day, I don't really want to lean too much until we get up at the top, especially with the ice that we have on the aircraft. Just about at 4,000. Alright, there we go. Start leaning her out. Cut back like 2,200 RPM. Leaning, leaning, leaning. There we go. Okay. About 99 knots on the ground. It is a chilly day, and it is hazy. Moisture in the air, visible moisture. Doesn't seem to be hurting our aerodynamics too much. Our aircraft is still working just fine. Fuel flows down around 9 gallons per hour. Lean out a little bit more. EGT's up. There we go. That's back to like 8 gallons per hour right now. little turbulent up here. Got the pitot heat on. It's been on the entire time. Or is it off? Oh, it was off. Okay, well that's not good. Cabin heat is on. Make sure we got that pitot heat on. We're going to need that. Alright, let's turn the taxi light off, landing light off. Just realized I never started the on-air tracking, so this isn't going to count towards the on-air career. Icing on the wings of the aircraft will change the aerodynamic properties, so the wind doesn't flow as freely over the wing, and it can potentially create asymmetrical chord lines and stuff like that, so that the aircraft doesn't want to produce as much lift anymore. The surface does not want to produce as much lift. You can see there's a little bit of icing on the leading edge of the aircraft, of the wings. Well, underneath and on top. So that's going to mean the wind, the airflow over it tends to, because it's not smooth, will hit it and kind of roll and bounce, and it'll just not be as smooth. So right now it's not affecting us too much. The aircraft is flying just fine. See, when I turned the pitot heat on, all of a sudden our speed went up big time. At least the indicated airspeed. So those are working well. Fly right by Pilot Mountain. Some of the little local landmarks in the area. Some nice scenery. It's a rather flat area of North Carolina, so it's not too topographically interesting. But flying out here to Mount Airy is when things start to get nice, and we're getting kind of right at the foot of the Blue Ridge Mountains, part of the Smoky Mountain Range, the Appalachians. Oh yeah, the icing stuff does affect the simulator. There's definitely an effect. It's not going to affect us too terribly much just right now because it's not that bad. Like, this is not that bad at icing. But if it gets a whole lot worse, then we could be in some trouble. I'm hoping that it starts to warm up. It's still 18 degrees out here. It is a chilly morning. I would probably use some sort of, in real life, I would use some sort of de-icing fluid or something to, because it was iced up before we even left. Well, anyway, thank you for tuning in so far this morning, guys. It's great to see you on an early Saturday morning. Like the video if you can. Subscribe if you have not already. It'd be great to have everybody around. The links to my Discord and Twitch channel and YouTube channel are in the description. Find your way over. Go ahead and join in the community. Visibility, despite the ice, is not that bad. I think it's getting a little better. So, one part of really flying an aircraft like this is paying attention to things like the sound of the engine, and like I just heard it dip a little bit, so that just means that our airspeed is probably taking a little bit of a hit due to wind conditions, and our RPM has dropped a little bit below 2200. You can hear it just get a little bit lower in pitch instead of the higher pitch that we're used to. A little bit of rocking from side to side here through the turbulent air. see on the struts here, there's a little bit of ice that's accumulated. It's chilly. Oh, it's kind of bordering at 17 degrees now the further north we go here into the mountains, into the hills. This is a slightly more advanced 172SP model, so it's automatically the carb ice and everything like that is controlled automatically. There's nothing that I have to do to. There's no priming of the fuel or anything, and no carburetor heat knobs to pull. That's something we would really want to have on if we were in one of the older models. Auxiliary audio in. Plug your phone in. Again, the cabin heat is pulled completely on so that we want to make sure we're getting as much heat inside as we can. -8. Now the click spots are just off a little bit. That's kind of concerning. There was a major avionics upgrade that was done to the sim just in the last couple of days, so it might have changed some of the functionality of the autopilot systems. Aircraft Avionics Update 1 is what it was called, and it's going to be a pretty big one for the sim, I think. Overall, it's going to be some really good things coming to the sim. Yeah, that icing is really starting to dissipate, it looks like. Up above the moisture right now. Beautiful visual day though, so I don't think we're going to have any problems flying in visually and not have to do it. We won't have to do an instrument approach this time around. Yeah, I wish the windows opened. This is just the default interior model and everything of this aircraft, so none of the doors or windows operate. I'm trying to get through these Skyhawk missions so that I can get something better, a little more realistic and up to date, a little more higher fidelity aircraft in the model. Oh yeah, that icing is just melting right off now. And we got the sun. Sun's up. It's helping. Definitely getting some good clarity here. Hopefully I don't know if it's because I have the cabin heat on, or if it's because I mean the outside air temperature is not going anywhere but down, so that can't be it. We're flying out of the moisture a little bit. The haze is all kind of behind us, so that could have something to do with it. Yeah, this icing is almost gone. Still on the structural icing still happening, but windshield icing looks like it's just about done. Nice. Yeah, the wing and the nose still a little bit of icing on it, but it's getting better. Of course, you wouldn't actually be able to look at the plane like that in real life. You might be able to mount like a GoPro camera to a wing, under a wing here, and see it a little bit, but you can kind of see from here there's a little bit of ice left there, and you can see these discoloration here along the spar strut. It's not a spar. You can see the same here. Colder conditions, always want to make sure that all of our readings are still in green. We're getting good temperature, pressure, EGT is good. If that drops off, if RPM drops off, all of a sudden we'll start to really worry about the engine, but the engine seems to be working well. We're getting about 91 knots into a headwind, which is good. Pilot Mountain right out here. Oops, you can't see it because it's covered before flight. There we go. There's Pilot Mountain. A lot of state park activity in this area. Got Hanging Rock over here, or maybe that's Hanging Rock, I don't know. One of them is. That's definitely Pilot Mountain. Nice long hikes and stuff that we've actually done with the kids, and some nice area. I've gone camping here at the Pilot Mountain campground, which is kind of right where that lighter area is at the base of it. And you can start to see the sort of knobby nature of the top of it there. All that icing on the windshields and the windows is gone. Cabin's heating up nicely. And once we're going to realize that our transponder's not on, not that anybody really cares much. Very pretty countryside. That almost looks like a little landing strip. It's not, but lake over here. Pilot Mountain right behind the pillar. There it is. It's kind of hard to see, but Pilot Mountain actually is up there, kind of the northwest part by the glide bubble. It actually does label that on the in ForeFlight. Ahead for the airport. Got about 9 miles to go. Right in here somewhere. Oh, I think that's it right there. Okay, let's go ahead and start our descent down to pattern altitude. Just kind of treating this like it's a VFR flight today. Airport elevation is 1269, so we're going to set our altitude to 2200. And we'll start a little bit of a descent. A decent descent. As we power back. I like to descend about 1800 RPM. Weather at Mount Airy, the wind is 150 at 3, so we'll be landing south, and we're going to enter the left downwind for runway 18. Mount Airy traffic, Snare 17, Cessna Skyhawk 7 miles southeast for left downwind runway 18. Mount Airy traffic. $3,500 for 22. Local altimeter is 3061. Pretty high pressure today. Let's just make sure we got that set right. There we go.
Altitude.
5 miles to go. Less than 1,000 to go. And below 3,000 feet, it's going to go full rich on the mixture. Make sure we're getting plenty of fuel to the engine. Don't see the airport yet. I have a feeling this is kind of right here in this clearing area. Woo! Feels a little low. Does anybody else feel like we're a little low? I think I'm gonna climb us up here a little bit. Let's get vertical speed mode. There's definitely some little hills here in front of us. Want to get us up and over first. Just joining us, good morning. We're doing some flying here up in North Carolina. It's a chilly morning, 19 degrees here, kind of near Mount Airy. And we're just bringing it up just because we've got a little low altitude, or high altitude terrain, some hilliness. Yeah, that's the airport right in front of us. Right off the nose here. Try to look up real quick if I can. Can't really see over the nose right now. All right. Mount Airy traffic, Snare 17, 1.5 miles southeast, entering left downwind runway 18. Mount Airy traffic. All right. Autopilot off. And now we're going. Now that we've cleared a little bit of that hill, I'm going to go ahead and reduce back to 1,700 RPM now, as I want to kind of get a nice little descent going. There's the airport right ahead of us. We're descending at a kind of angling at a 45 to enter left downwind.
Leaving altitude.
Pattern field elevation is 1269, so we're going to try to get about 2,300 here for the downwind altitude. Not really descending though. All right, starting my right-hand turn to join that 45 for the downwind. Good altitude, 1,000 AGL. Airport's on our left. A little tight on this downwind. All right. So we'll go flaps 1. That'll help us get the airspeed under control of trying to keep that nose down so we get a descent going here. Lights are on. Airport's over our left shoulder. Go. All right. Mount Airy traffic, Snare 17, left base, runway 18. Mount Airy traffic. And I'm going to go ahead and put in the second notch of flaps while we're in the base. Turn it final. Mount Airy traffic, Snare 17, Cessna Skyhawk, short final, runway 18. Mount Airy traffic. A little on the high side. And off center. Now you don't want to just jerk the aircraft back to the left. You want to do this gradual turn back to the center line. Give yourself plenty of time. Don't be in a hurry. Using power to control the altitude. Don't get too drastic on your turns on final with two notches of flaps in. It's an air vehicle crossing over the approach end of the runway is really what you want at this point, right? All right, we're coming down nicely here. Airspeed's about 70 knots, right where we want to be, and we're right on glide path now. Increase the power a little, and got the runway made. Power to idle. Lead some airspeed. There we go. That's how you do it, guys. Mount Air traffic, Sneer 17 off, runway 18, taxiing to the ramp. Mount Air traffic. Okay, so we can go lights off, strobe light off, nav lights and beacon lights still on. Well, it's a very calm wind day. It's not going to be very difficult to land in a day like today with it as cool as it is. Not a lot of turbulence at lower altitudes. All right. But yeah, you don't really feel the damage of a punishing landing in the sim, that's for sure. But nice to see everything's cleared up. The strut looks like all the structural icing is kind of dissipated as well. Yeah, I don't see anything on the wings anymore. That's good. All right, let's bring the flaps up. A lot of toe brake action right now, keeping us slow. Got our rampy over here waiting for us. It's kind of screwy because this is the exact opposite direction you'd really want to park for this spot in real life. Still some icing on the prop, though, obviously. We'll go ahead and set the parking brake. All right, here we are. Mount Airy, North Carolina, with a little bit of ice. It's really cleared up pretty nicely there, I'd say. It's a little bit on the prop still. Prop ice can really hurt the power output also. The same reasons. And the wings look like they're cleared up pretty well. All right, so we're just going to do a quick restart of the sim here because I didn't even track all that. So we're going to have to do this flight again. Got the kids right here. No, I guess I'm not going to restart it. We'll just keep flying. Where should we go next? Let's see. Maybe we should go up to Hot Springs. That would be a fun one. That's a longer flight, though. I don't really want to go that far. With the Blacksburg? You can do Blacksburg. Really get up into the mountains. Let's do that. Let's go Blacksburg. Blacksburg, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Spy. Doesn't look like we have any ATC in the area. Not even any traffic in the area, really. Oh, somebody did depart Hot Springs. Pilatus Hot Springs to New Bern. That's not bad. All right, let's head up to Blacksburg next. KBCB, that's where we want to go. I'm going to clear out this whole flight plan here. Just doing some VFR flying today. So KMWK space KBCB. Blacksburg is also the home of Virginia Tech University. In fact, if you zoom in here, you see where it says right there, Virginia Tech Montgomery Executive. A lot of flight training and whatnot that goes on there. About 46 miles. A short flight. Let's go VFR today. What do you say? VFR will go at 5,500. All right, back in the aircraft. We've got the battery going. I'm going to bring up Avionics 1 so we can do the flight planning. WBSim, Cessna, all that, yada, yada, yada. Flight plan. And we'll hit the menu button, and we're going to go over to delete flight plan.
Hey, Daddy.
Which doesn't seem to have worked. What?
Can you help me with something?
What do you need? You want that open? There you go. What do you need, Aaron? You getting tired? What do you want, Aaron? Talk to me, buddy. You can take the watch, Aaron. That's fine. All right. Menu. Enter, delete flight plan. There we go. Okay. So we're going to push. This whole thing is just messing me up. What is going on with this? Okay, let's, I think I am going to kind of, yeah, let's do that. Let's reload this. Back to main menu. Thank you for bearing with me here for a second. Something weird with the avionics right now. Let's actually go into Profile Content Manager. Updates available. No updates available. Installed. Generic instruments. It's up to date. Garmin is up to date. Garmin 3000 up to date. working title 21. That's yes, got the working title. GNS is in there. It's up to date. I don't. Maybe that's. I think that might actually be what is kind of conflicting here. I apologize. You can't see my whole screen because I'm on the ultra wide. Catch you later, Paperhead. Good to see you, man. Norgooner. All right, world map. Mount Airy. Trying it again. Newer models are equipped with the G1000. It's the most produced airplane in the world. The Cessna 172 is. More than 40,000 Skyhawks have been produced. All right. On the ramp. State restored. That's good. All right. So let's see if any of this is improved. Click spots. Yeah, maybe better. Maybe not. All right. Actually, you know what? While we're doing all this, I'm going to do this proper. Let's go back to Greensboro, and we'll actually start up OnAir and get all this stuff done. I got to bang these out so I can get into the 310. All right, back to Greensboro. I only have a couple of parking spots for GA, so that's why I'm leaving the signature FBO ramp. I have all the proper parking spots for there. I've got the cargo spots. I've got FedEx spots. I've even got some over here at the Corey Aviation. Now maybe let's taxi out of Corey today. Maybe that'll be better. Let's try that. Set that as departure. Here we go. Okay, so in ForeFlight, while I'm doing that, we'll set all this up here. I'm going to delete Blacksburg and Mount Airy, so KGSO, KMWK. And tap on Greensboro. I'm going to select runway. We're going to depart runway 5 right. Mount Airy, we're going to land runway 18. There we go. So you can see that we've added the little runway white lines so we can kind of tell which direction we'll be going. Into the sim we go. Okay, we're here at Corey Aviation. And there is moisture again, so we got to kind of try to be quick here. So we're going to start accumulating icing again. All right, battery on. Yeah, let's turn the battery on. Bus 1, pitot heat off because we're not really equipped to do anything about that yet. And I'm going to go ahead and set up the GPS real quick. Okay. Pre-flight setup. G backwards. This is where it would, I went the wrong way. Wrong knob. Okay, this is where it would be really nice to have like one of those real sim gear GPS panels. Maybe I'll get myself one of those in the future. So you're actually spinning a GPS screen instead of just fake little knobs. Okay. Come on, see, it's not, the click spots are wrong. Why can't I get to, there we go. M. No, I want, no. K. M. W. Okay, there we go. Adding waypoint. All right, all that's set correctly. Whew. Okay. So yeah, then we can set down, turn that off, and we're going to shut the battery off. There we go. All right. Cold and dark set. Too many clients connected, it says right now. Huh. Well, that's interesting. All right, we're connected to the VATSIM network. Okay, so in OnAir, one thing I have to do is actually activate all this. So we go to Greensboro from Mount Airy. This is part of our 5-leg flight here. Going to hit the little fly button there, max payload. It says currently available aircraft at this airport. Okay, so we're hopping into the Skyhawk. This is what we wanted. So we're doing this cargo delivery, 443 pounds. See the... There we go. No fuel to buy. Doing our whole weight and balance here. We're going to validate fuel and payload. That's what we want to fly with. As they're loading the cargo onto the aircraft now. The Mount Airy to Anson County leg is going to be a long one. Almost done with cargo. There it is. Good, good, good. Mount Airy. Say Winston-Salem is our alternate. KINT. Fly now. All right, make sure all these things are green, which they are. So we've got all the settings set correctly. The settings are set. We have set the settings correctly. All right, and hit start tracking. And you can see the weight is adjusted. All right, so now we start throwing batteries on. Throttle mixture full up. Fuel pump. Man, click spots are just weird right now. Fuel flow, 1, 2, 3. Turn it off, turn it off, turn it off. Thank you. Gosh. Something weird's going on with this sim. Okay, back and in about a quarter. Clear prop.
Your flight will be monitored until you land and shut down the engines.
All right, alternator on. Avionics on. Altimeter set. Yeah, the click spots are just screwy still. Okay. Don't need this. No icing is nice. 28 degrees. I think it's just because there's a lack of moisture. All right, so let's go ahead and do an actual checklist this time. Let's say that last one was a full practice flight. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. All right, after start. Restart, engine start. There we go. Oil pressure, make sure the pressure is good. It's in the green. Temperature's lower. Vacuum is in the green, and our amps are good. Kind of neutral right now. Neutral discharge. All right, pre-taxi checklist. Avionics master are on. Transponder, make sure we get that in standby. There we go. Transponder's on standby. Instruments are set. Nav lights are need to be on at night. It's not nighttime, so we don't need them on. There we go. They're off. Flaps are up. Circuit breakers checked in both rows. Check. Circuit breaker. Breaker. Breakers look good. Flaps up. Breakers. Brakes check. Do a little brake here. Check here. And aileron says required for wind. Okay. Brake release. Let's get our trim set for takeoff here. There we go. Little speed. That's my hangar building right there. Brake check. Brake's good. Greensboro traffic. Snare 17 Cessna Skyhawk taxi from Corey Aviation to runway 5 right, northwest down departure. Greensboro traffic. Alrighty. Taxiing. A little bit of a hill to go up here because of the weird terraforming that I've done. It's our floating tower. The Honda Jet ramp. What we call the Honda Jet. There's a big Honda hangar right here, and the Samaritan's Purse is right over there. This is as good a place as any to do our run up. We'll do it right over here. There we go. All right, brake set. Run up checklist. Flight instruments check. Brakes hold, oil pressure is within limits, and we're going to power up to 1800 RPMs. Alright, so we'll check our instruments here. Pressure is good. Hopefully the temperature comes up shortly. Vacuum's still working well. Amps are way up. Fuel flow is good. And AGTs are moving. Make sure everything's level here. Good. Bing, bing, bing. And we'll do our mag check. Right mag. Slight reduction. Looks good. Left mag. Slight reduction. Looks good. Back to both. And alternate static air. Still good. Flow. And we're going to bring it back down to 1,000 RPM. There we go. Continuing our taxi. Clear left, clear right. Yeah, it's bumpy here, guys. We know this. Still some work to do on runway elevations and whatnot. Greensboro traffic, Snare 17, Cessna Skyhawk, holding short runway 5 right. Greensboro traffic. On Alpha. Alright, there we go. Set brakes. Make sure I have a flight plan in for all this. Flight tracking in progress. Got that in the right spot. KGSO, KMWK, 4,000 feet. What time is it? 10:53, so 15:53, 1600 we're gonna say. Departure time. Flight plan filed. Alright, back to checklists. Run up, we've done pre-takeoff checklist. Kind of takeoff, this is going to be a normal departure to the northwest. Set for trim, I'm going to set takeoff trim, set. Flaps set for takeoff, set. Radio, set. Doors and windows closed and locked. Brakes free, entering the runway. Greensboro traffic, Snare 17, Cessna Skyhawk. Entering runway 5 right for northwestbound departure. And Greensboro traffic. Okay, so let's go ahead and set this to 4,000 while we're here. There we go. Taking runway transponder on with altitude strobe at night. It wants us to have. I'm going to turn that on now anyway. We like to have position lights. I like my nav lights to be on. Landing light is on. Strobe on at night. Set for takeoff. Mixture. Full rich. We are ready, guys. Here we go. What is going on? What is going on? Why is this? Why? What?
Airborne time.
Wow. Got stuck in some sort of mouse control mode there. Whew, that was scary. You didn't see anything? None of the controls were responding at all. That was weird. Oh, Flight Sim, how we do love you. Well, might as well start our left turnout now, right? All sorts of messed up. Our speed is insane right now. Got crazy power out of the engine. airport. Alright, what are we doing here? La 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 la. Autopilot. Dun dun dun. There we go. 500 foot per minute climb. A 1,000 foot per minute. Why are we so fast? Icing this time around, which is nice. All right, let's set nav mode. And we're at 4,000 feet. Just like that. Okay, let's power back. 2,300 RPM is where we'll keep it here. Leaned out. Fuel flowing at about 8.5 gallons per hour. It's a good spot for it. So we've joined the magenta line. Pretty neutral wind, actually. Not a whole lot of wind in either direction at this altitude. Pretty little neighborhoods here. I think we're kind of in the Oak Ridge in the northern Kernersville. Glad everybody's watching. We're doing some Skyhawk flying today. So we just do a little bit of on-air company flying. Got 5 flights that get done, and then hopefully we can start flying the Cessna 310. It's really the airplane I'm hoping to get to. Might want to get to a Caravan at some point too. Has a little bit more cargo carrying capacity than the 310 does. IFR flying, and not quite IFR conditions. All right, there's our fuel flow, our low fuel level in the right to tank. Light is actually both tanks, left and right. That's good to see. Lights working for both sides. Equal opportunity lights, always very nice. We can turn the landing light off. We're at cruise currently. Let's see. After touch and go, after landing, after takeoff, climb power set, engine gauges, then limits, which it is, green, 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 Good EGTs. Good fuel. Everything's looking nice. Lean out a little bit more. Okay. That's it. We're at cruise. More speed this time. We're about 100 knots. The slight quartering tailwind, it looks like. This would be a nice morning to fly, in real life even. Almost makes me feel like that's what I should be out doing. The next leg of this flight is going to be a long one. It'll be down to Anson County, which is southeast of Charlotte. And out of Mount Airy, that's going to take a long time. Then actually we turn around and do the same return trip. Couple longer flights coming up. Outside air temperature 18 and 19 degrees Fahrenheit. It's nice and cool. Not as much moisture though, so that's why we're not getting icing like we were previously on the last practice flight, quote unquote. We got the cabin heat on. We got the pitot heat on. Shouldn't need any of that any longer. No pitot heat anyway. Where is the click spot? Contrail there, someone flying over the top of us. It looks like it's probably American 1444. It's flying into Charlotte. On the Chesley arrival, I'm imagining. I would imagine. It's actually an American Airlines flight going into Winston-Salem. JFJ. I don't know where JFJ is. Nobody seems to know where JFJ is. I think it's JFK is what they meant to put in. But yeah, 737s do go there for some maintenance flights every once in a while. American branded. Wow, we're getting some bump. We're getting some bump here, guys. Again, the wind has changed on us. Pretty much the exact same terrain we've already covered. Doing it all again. Get to do it all again. Alright, let's look ahead here. Mount Airy weather showing wind 150 at 3 still, so we're still good to go on runway 18. About 18 miles to go till the airport. Cool feature of ForeFlight is you get the kind of AHRS display. Shows you kind of right in this area, this whole thing here. Sort of backup attitude indicator. Back up one of these, so if your aircraft vacuum system or something is out and you don't have any backup instruments, you could feasibly use this. It doesn't show you really a whole lot of really good information, but it gives you your speed, your GPS altitude, your ground speed, anyway, AHRS is what it's called, your vertical speed, stuff like that, and your heading relative to your track. It's good at navigation backup. You can see it kind of side by side with the actual artificial horizon. You kind of see a little bit of latency to it and whatnot, but it's a pretty good little instrument. It's not certified, of course, so you can't use it for IFR flying or anything like that. It's not synthetic vision. I think that is you pay for a more expensive version, a more expensive subscription for ForeFlight. I think you do get the synthetic vision built into it. I'm not sure that's something I would even really want to do on this iPad, though, since it's not a very powerful iPad. There's Pilot Mountain again. What's our best glide here? Our best glide speed. Glide without flaps, 65 knots. Good. Glide ratio of 9:1. So yeah, that's how you calibrate the glide bubble. So you know what the speed you need is and what your glide ratio is for your aircraft. So every 9 feet of glide forward, we drop 1 foot. OnAir go. This is just tracking. It's not really doing anything interesting. That's why I don't keep it up. We're going to get higher on our next flight. This is just too stinking low. Too much bump. But because of how short this flight is, it didn't really make sense to go up much higher. The airport's right up in here. How much room to go? 12.5 miles. This Nice antenna right there. That's actually something I added into my sim recently, is the antennas mod available on flightsim.to. I've got power lines and antennas and points of interest such as that, I believe. A little more realism. Until our engine is picked up a little help here. I'm going to throttle back so we don't burn too much fuel. Fuel flow looks good. AGT is nice and high. You want to try to get it kind of just below that, sort of right in between these larger white notches here. And at the top end of it's good. You don't want it to redline, obviously, but you really want to get that exhaust gas temp up to the top end. That means you're getting good fuel flow. There isn't a lot of... If it's getting warm, that means you're at the lean end of the mixture spectrum. That's where you want to do. You want to lean it out so you're not wasting a bunch of gas. Look at all this. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 antennas right here. 6. There's another one right there. Good to see. A couple different, all different varieties and heights there. Where are you, Pilot Mountain? There he is. Alright, under 10 to go. Start a descent down to 3,000 feet. Mount Air traffic's near 17 Cessna Skyhawk 9 miles southeast, entering left downwind runway 18. Alright, so that's what I wanted. There we go. Let's go down to 3,000, go vertical speed, and I'm going to go down about 500 feet per minute. And we'll reduce power for 1,800. There we go. Alright, back to let's get on our checklist, in fact. So, descent. Oh, don't really have to change up much. Throttle back to 1,800. Only descending to 3,000, so we don't need to lean it out. Don't need to enrich the mixture too much. Flow's way down. Okay. Exhaust gas temperature is way down. We're doing getting some squirrely winds here, so now we're descending. There we go. Come on, needle. All right, let's do another quick check of the local altimeter. 3061. Set. Only descending to 3,000 as the airport is like, there's a little bit of a ridge here, and the airport's right on the other side of it, so we don't want to descend down too far. Back up to 2,200 RPM. Just a little cruise here at 3,000 for a second. Remember, we're going to want to get down to about 2,300 for pattern altitude. All right, I'm going to turn the autopilot off so I can Try to do most of this looking out the window. Drop the nose down a smidge. Yeah, airport's still on the other side of this ridge, which is right up here. So we're going to have to fly over that for a little bit. Mount Airy traffic's near 17, 4.5 miles southeast, entering left downwind at the 45 for runway 18. Mount Airy traffic. Moving out to the left a little bit just so I can have that slightly better 45-degree entry. There's the runway there. The aircraft right at midfield. It's pretty close to a 45-degree entry. So back to 1800 RPM so we can do our slow descent.
Leaving altitude.
Just under 90 knots indicated. Power back up to 2200 RPM. So we're at 2400 now. Mount Airy traffic's near 17 Cessna Skyhawk left downwind runway 18. Mount Airy traffic. Okay. Pretty well established in the downwind now. Still a little too close to the airport. Whoa, whoa, whoa. We don't need to climb. Don't need to climb. Alright, we're midfield downwind. Now we're going to pull the power back. Pull the nose up to bleed off the speed, and flaps 1. Flaps 1 we can extend kind of just around 100 knots below if we want. Now all the furthest flaps other than that, we're going to have to be below 85 in that white arc. The flap extension can start at, what's our FE? 110 actually. Nice descent going, we're beam the numbers. Good, 45. Mount Airy traffic's near 17, left base runway 18. Mount Airy traffic. There's a good base turn. A little more lift here. So we go flaps 20. Turning a little squirrely with the yaw. Still overdid it again. Wow, we're way off. Full flaps.
Landing time logged.
All right. That felt pretty good. Felt like a nice landing. So the taxiway here does not actually go all the way to the 3.6 end. It kind of stops up here where we're about to duck off. Go. Nice turn. All right, let's go flaps up. Transponder off. Flaps are up. Confirmed. I'm going to actually stop it right here.
Engine off time logged. The flight is finished. It has been monitored by OnAir.
Okay. Some chocks in, brake off. All right, first leg of the OnAir flight finished. It is finished. Let's go ahead and bring OnAir in here. I messed up with the lights. I landed with the lights on. I got a soft landing bonus today. Nice. I guess I did get the safety bonus for that. Comfort bonus not obtained. It's because of that takeoff, I'm betting. Soft landing bonus, a little IMC landing bonus. They're calling that IMC, huh? Interesting. Overall, nice flight, I think. Nice smooth landing. Landed at 45 feet per minute at 54 knots. So I could have been a little slower, but having the flaps full out, I think, is, in this aircraft, is pretty important. The Cherokee, or the Warrior, you don't really need full flaps, but it's good in the Skyhawk to have full flaps. It's something I got to remember to do kind of consistently. All right. Done with the first flight. Now let's check Mount Airy to Anson County. This is a longer flight. We're going to need a lot more fuel for this, but I also want to see if there's any other jobs we can pick up that kind of follow that same route while we're doing it. No, there's nothing else. Nothing else. Nope. So we're just going to be doing this one by itself here. Okay, let's see. Mount Airy to Anson County. Hop in there. Clear that out. KMWK space KAFP. 89 miles. That's a nice long one. Be departing runway 18. This one's going to be IFR, so we want to try to do this at... Can we get all the way up to 9,000 feet? That would be nice. I think it's saying that doing it somewhere around 7,000 is probably the most efficient. Let's use 7,000. It's going to be 31 minutes, it says, either way. Oops. KAFP. True airspeed of 120 we put in. Yeah, 31 minutes. 5 knot tailwind at 7,000 feet. It's the lowest fuel burn. Let's go with that. All right, we've only got 7.2 gallons, so we've got to get some fuel. It's nice and cheap here. Let's go ahead and top it off. Why not?
I asked Siri one question.
Did you?
It was me and Siri.
Yeah. All right. 3.87 gallons. 5.53 credits per gallon. Not too bad. All right, so we're going to load her all the way up. Validate fuel and payload, and it's going to start doing our fueling and cargo loading.
Hey Siri, what's your
Aaron, get out of here. Okay. Close the door, please. Thank you. Silly boy. All right. Just about done with the loading. Southern Pines as our alternate, huh? Okay, why not? So we only, not a whole lot of available load here, so it's good. Probably a good thing that we didn't end up carrying all that stuff from the previous one. Oh no, we don't. There's more cargo waiting for us to leave early or later that we don't need to carry now. All right, so let's fly now. All these things are green. Nice long flight ahead of us here. Gives us a little bit of weather, or tells us the lengths of the runway that where we're departing. 150 at 3 does give us the weather here. And altimeter is saying 3.59er, 10.36 there. Okay, so let's make sure that's set correctly, which it is. We'll move that to the screen above it. Start tracking. All right, we're tracking. Go over to do the flight plan on WK. Let's see, so 89 miles. About an hour 15 for this next flight. 7,000 feet. Our route is direct. That shouldn't even need to put anything in there. Let's see if it'll file without it. Yep, it does. Okay. All right, flight plan filed on VATSIM. Let's get ours booted up, shall we? So we'll go see battery on. Avionics 1 on. Go in and start doing some flight planning. Let's see what happens if I do this. See if the click spaces are any better. Yeah, it looks like it might be a little better. Okay. Right to plan. So menu. Enter, delete. Okay. And click, 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 click. Push. There we go. Enter, waypoint. That's nice that it did that. Let's see. K. Alpha. Foxtrot. Pop up. Anson County, Waitsboro. There we go. Push in. Flight plan is entered. 89 miles. Okay, so that's done. Turn bus 1 off, bus 2 on, because we're going to parking brakes set. Wheel chocks should be removed. They are. All the connections are off. Got a little bit of icing here again on the nose and the prop. I think that's all I see, though. Okay, anyway. So we'll turn the avionics off. This shows full forward. Let's get a little fuel flow. 1, 2, 3. Good. Turn it off. If I can find the click spot. There we go. Mag set both. Looking around the aircraft. Clear prop. Here we go.
Your flight will be monitored until you land and shut down the engine.
Nice. Good start. Alternators on. Go ahead and turn on the avionics suite. 1036 is perfect. That's exactly what we want. Set a cruising altitude 7,000 feet. Avionic, let's see, transponder on, but standby. Flaps are up. Let's go and set trim for takeoff. Fuel's all good. Nav light on. Mount Airy traffic, Snare 17 Cessna Skyhawk, taxi to runway 18 for southeastbound departure via Alpha here. Mount Airy traffic. All right. Brakes set. There we go. A little bit of power. Doesn't want to taxi. There it goes. Do a run up at the runway. One thing that I often forget to do, and I think in this airplane it's kind of important to do it, is to make sure when you are get on the runway at first, you stop. You don't just roll into it, and then you check and make sure that your heading bug is set correctly based off of whatever the runway heading is. That is an important step that is often overlooked, I think, especially on Flight Simulator, because if you're simulating gyro drift, which we're supposed to be doing right now, then it can get off. It can get way off, in fact. Heading 180 for the runway, so it's exactly south. I think the 3D foliage that it puts in for grass and trees and stuff like that, especially when you're down at the airport level, is very, very impressive. It makes the airport look very alive when you're on the ground. It's actually a pretty good sized runway at this airport. See us taxiing out here on 4 flight. Outside air temperature 30 degrees. It's warming up a little bit. Estimated timer route 6 hours 10 minutes. Yeah, that's what happens when you're taxiing out. All right. Not a whole lot of wind here, so direction to point doesn't matter so much here for the run up. Mount Air traffic, snare 17, holding short of runway 18, gonna do a quick run up. Mount Air traffic. Alright, set brakes. Alright, run up checklist. Turn coordinator and everything is centered, and we'll power up to 1800 RPM. Mixture full rich, by the way. Oil pressure is in the limits. Temperature is up, which is good because we've been flying. Fuel flow is in the green. Amps are in the green. Amps are positive, and vacuum pressure is in the green. Let's do a quick mag check. Yep, minimal drop. Good. For left mag. Same also. Minimal drop. Back to both. Static air source still good, and we will power back down. 1,000 RPM. There we go. And we are ready, guys. Okay, so the run-up is complete. Let's see, pre-takeoff checklist. Kind of takeoff, normal, trim. Actually, let's mix it up here. Let's go flaps down. We're going to do a flaps 2 here. We're going to do a short field takeoff. Trim is set for takeoff. That's good. Flaps set for takeoff. Radios are set. And doors closed, windows closed and locked. Mount Air traffic, snare 17. Takeoff runway 18 to the southeast. Mount Air traffic. Alright, brakes released. Once we enter the runway, we'll do landing light on, strobe on. Transponder is on and squawking altitude. 2200 for the VATSIM network when there's no ATC online. Now for short field, we're going to pretty much line up as close to the end as we can get here. Trying to look down the runway. go. We're going to power all the way up, hold the brakes. Let's check them. Let's do our heading bug here. I want to be exactly south. Just like that. So not the heading bug, but let's our heading indicator. Okay, so we're going to power all the way up, hold the brakes. Watch it go, and then we're going to release. Wait. The plane's pretty much just going to lift itself right off the ground around 45 knots. There's 40. And there we go, 55. Off we go.
Airborne time logged.
Climb out at 65. We're going to slowly let out the flaps as we clear the obstacles. The aircraft's going to start accelerating. Yeah, now we're really climbing. That's a short field takeoff. Some wind down here. Alright, I'm going to start coming left a little bit. Out air traffic's near 173 miles south of the field, departing the area to the south-southeast, climbing through 3,000 for 7,000. Last call, Mount air traffic. Alright, that's the last call like that we'll make here. I want to try to get the direct function working. There we go. Enter. Activate. So now when I turn this on, I should be able to do nav mode. There we go. Vertical speed to 7,000. Perfect. Okay. We're above 3,000. We can start leaning out. Cylinder, so the gas temperature is lower. Go. Climb it out at 97 knots. Coming up at 4,000 feet. And in ForeFlight, go to flight plan, tap on Anson County, direct to. It's got us at 1 hour and 1 minute en route, 86 miles. Feet per minute, we're going to kill us there. Alright, good climb going. About 500 feet per minute. Not in a huge hurry to get up to altitude. 115 knots over the ground now, so we sped up quite a bit because I'm not climbing quite so fast. Climb out, make sure everything is good here. Well, pressure, temp. Plenty of fuel. Fuel, full on fuel. 15 knots over the ground in the climb. Powered back to about 2,500 RPM. As we get higher, the fuel flow goes down. Slowly leaning it out, getting more speed out of this climb. 121 over the ground right now. It's going to get us there pretty quick at this rate. There's Pilot Mountain. Beautiful. Kind of make out the knob of it. It almost looks like exactly like it does in real life. There's a kind of a parking lot and a big spot where people go and walk around and everything up there. Anyway, if there's anything you'd like to see in the future on future broadcasts, let me know. Down in the comments section. Don't forget to like the video if you can, and subscribe if you haven't already. Follow us. We're going to be doing a lot of flying like this, so get probably in the Cessna 310 moving forward, mostly. Once I get through these sort of Skyhawk missions. All right, 336,000 for 7. Well, it looks a little bit different up from 7,000 than it does at 4,000 feet. It's all relative, of course, but definitely can tell a difference. It's still windy up here, too. Leaning out a bit again. One departure out of Greensboro. Oh, it's Heath Suarez there. Whatever WAT is, I forget what they're calling that. It's going to be to fly the twin Cessna. That's the Chancellor 414, 414. The McGee Tyson Airport. That's not Tri-Cities. That's Knoxville. All right, just about at our cruising altitude. Out a little bit more for power again. Keep our speed up. There's 7,000 feet. Start throttling back. 2,300 RPM set. Alright, cruising at 133 knots. That's kicking butt in the Cessna Skyhawk. Ooh, she be bumpy. $138. Flight says we'll get there in 32 minutes at this speed. I don't know about that, but we'll try. Wind is more or less off the right. I think it's not a huge wind. So that's kind of why we're not getting hurt much. 140 over the ground right now. Throttle back a little bit more, save some speed, save some gas. See, we're doing 138 over the ground, 137, about 2250-ish RPM. Look at our fuel flow. 7 gallons per hour right now. That's lean of peak, but that's kind of where you want to be. 137 knots. Not too bad. 32 minutes to destination, 72 miles to go. Check the temperature here. 23, 24 degrees up here at 7,000 feet. No visible icing. There's not really any moisture out today, out at this altitude. All right, a little bit of power drop. And I'll add in a little bit more. These are the kind of flights I need to do. I need to get some hours built up. It's pretty funny. In this aircraft, I've got not even 10 hours in it yet. All these missions I've been doing, they're such short flights. This is not really the aircraft that you want to do a lot of cross-country flying in anyway, though. It is slow. But we're doing 142 knots. It's hard to beat in a Skyhawk anyways. See, I did purchase yesterday the RV10 and opened it up, looked around it a little bit, and was kind of disappointed, to be honest. I think the aircraft flies pretty nicely, but the avionics absolutely stink. The G3X in this sim is horrendous. Someone needs to do an update of that because it is so much more powerful than... There's 3 of them. There's 3 of them sitting there, and you can't do any of the G3X things that you can do in real life with those G3X, basically. So, and it just uses a 430 WASP as a navigator, which is not terrible, but you should be able to put a GTN 650 in there. So, it's got room for improvement. We'll see if anybody fixes that kind of stuff, but it's not quite the amazing little airplane that I was hoping for. Not yet, anyway. Alright, what are we cruising by? That's downtown Greensboro, looks like. Or is it Winston-Salem? That's probably Winston-Salem. Yeah, that's got to be Winston-Salem. Back to 138 knots again. Yeah, for the amount of fuel we're burning right now, for the speed we're getting, this is pretty incredible. Somebody calling up. I don't know who that was. Turn it up a bit. The sim sound is a smidge. $27 minutes to go. So we're making great progress here, in fact. I have a feeling the flight back is going to be much longer. Miles to go. Doing over 2 miles a minute. This is saying 27 minutes and about 28 minutes till destination. FliGht says 28 minutes to destination. Not much room to complain about any of that. Winston. Be flying right over Davidson County, which is actually our eventual destination here. It's right over here. 141 over the ground now. Really surprised there's no ATC on at all this morning. Darn near noon. That's Greensboro traffic they're calling for. Must be taxing out. Twin Lakes Airport just off of our right. Let's see if we can see it out the window. I don't see it. You guys see it? I don't see it. Runway 0 is what, 9 and 27, so should be pretty much exactly abeam them. Oh, there it is, right there. Wow. It was right there, and I couldn't even see it. A tiny little thing. That actually has an RNAV approach into it. We run it at Greensboro. So yeah, I mentioned earlier that. Whoa! What just happened? Big time wind shift. I think we just got a bit of a headwind. Yeah, it's slowing us down like crazy. Again, everything looking good. Wow, that's a big time headwind that we have now. It's come back to about 101 knots. So about 30, now it's saying 31 minutes till destination, which is still not a huge issue. That definitely slowed us down. What was I looking at? I don't remember. I was gonna zoom in on power lines. Yeah, I can't see them anymore, but the upgrades I made was adding power lines into the sim, and as I mentioned previously, you can kind of see them a little. You probably can't see them, but I can see them kind of down here. You can see the actual standards and whatnot, so that's a cool little addition to the sim. Mostly only going to see it if you're doing this kind of low and flow flying. You're not going to see it in a tube liner way up at altitude. But I'm trying not to bring that to you on this channel. I'm trying to bring you this low and slow stuff. It might be a little boring, but it gives us more of a time to chat. So if you are here watching, by the way, just say hello and we can get a little two-way call response type of thing going on. There's Davidson County Airport. Right down here. Lexington, Davidson County, EXX, as you can see on the thing there. Salisbury, Rowan, Mid-Carolina Regional is also just off our right a little bit. Can't really see it off of this side of the airplane. Airplane. I don't think. We'll kind of keep our eyes cast out in that direction. Just doing some time building in the sim here, getting reacquainted, and man, it's a fun sim. It really is nice to get back into it. It's making me want to go out and fly in real life again, which is not a problem for me. Take a look here at the SimWorks RV10. There it is. It's actually licensed by Van's aircraft. By Van's aircraft, that is. So this is definitely worth checking out. I think it's a cool little airplane. The model looks really, really nice, actually, and it is a fast airplane. Let me just say that I've been wanting to build one of these myself at home. It's a kit plane, so you get the parts sent to you, and you got to put it all together. It takes a while too. Oh, now we got an airspeed change again here. I think the tailwind just caught us again. Yeah, our speed's going way back up again. Man, we're like 6 gallons per hour right now. This is pretty impressive. As I was saying, anyway, take a look. Overview. RV10 is a single-engine, low-wing, home-built kit monoplane by Van's Aircraft Inc., a 4-seat version of their successful RV line. The design is popular as a touring aircraft, and over 1,000 have been built to date. Created under license by Van's Aircraft, the SimWorks Studios RV10 is a faithful recreation of its real counterpart, featuring a high-detail 3D model, detailed animations, and authentic sounds recorded from the real aircraft, which I don't think are all that immersive, to be honest. They need a little bit of work. Like, they're not, I feel like, first of all, they're not loud enough, and they're not dynamic enough. So you change power settings and stuff like that, and your speed increases and decreases. It doesn't sound all that realistic. Sounds like the real thing. The flight model was created using flight data from the real aircraft and tested by RV10 pilots, ensuring that the performance and feel is as close as Microsoft Flight Simulator allows. So they're already kind of hedging by saying as close as Flight Simulator allows. So this is kind of a funky thing. It kind of ticks me off. Is you can tell they copy-pasted stuff from their RV14 website, because it tells you the SimWorks Studios rendition of the RV14 14A features, like, this is not the RV14 or 14A. This is the RV10. There's no A version. There's the A is it the A that's the tail dragger, or is it the non-tail dragger? I don't know. There's the 14 has a tail dragger and non-tail dragger variant version, so they're a little bit different. But yeah, accurate 3D model and animations, 5 custom liveries, custom interior by Aerosports Products, which from what I've seen is true. I mean, there's all the interior stuff is you have to pretty much order and then install yourself, because it's a home kit. Flutter animations from Prop Wash, that's really not all that exciting. Weight-based visibility of co-pilot in the cockpit, who cares? Weight-based visibility of baggage behind the seats, so that's changes the way it looks based on how much weight you put in there. Okay, whatever. Opening exits, that's a cool thing to do. It's a gull wing, right? So these kind of see it in that shot there, but yeah, there we go. The doors open up kind of up and away, kind of like a Cirrus. This is very much a Cirrus. It's a home kit version of a Cirrus, and because of that, it performs extremely well. It's a Hershey bar wing, and this thing can go 200 knots, easy. So it's super fast. It can hold 4 full adults. It has a great useful load, room for baggage as well, and this thing is a performer. It hauls. It has a huge modern. In the case of the SimWorks Studios version, the 3 G3X touch panels, and I mean the G3X takes up like this kind of room right here. It is a massive screen, and there's another one in the middle and another one on the right. And then you got your navigator right down here. There's a little G5 down on the bottom left as your backup, and so it's got a lot of cool things. It's just they're not modeled very well. The actual avionics are not really that great in that airplane. They're not simulated well, I should say. The actual avionics in real life are amazing. Great Garmin products there. What are we flying over? Is this Lake Norman? I don't know. Yeah, sure. It's doing really well still. 120 knots over the ground we're showing. It'll keep getting a little bit of variation from the wind in the sim, but 18 minutes until destination, it says. So we have another 35.5 miles to fly. Now we're speeding back up again. 16.5 minutes. Now closer to 16 minutes. So we're just going putt right through. 16,000 feet this guy is in the Chancellor at Greensboro over to Knoxville and McGee Tyson, and he's doing 109 knots over the ground in a Chancellor. That doesn't seem right. Well, we're doing 132 over the ground in a Skyhawk. Sporty day to fly. You can see the wind effect that we're getting here. It is a bit bumpy. Out there is Concord, North Carolina. I don't think we can see the airport. It's a little far out there, but Charlotte is way out there in the distance, kind of in the haze. Concord should be, it's probably just a little bit behind us now, like right over here-ish. I think Charlotte's over there. $30 miles to go, 13.5 minutes. Yeah, the wind has been very favorable. It's definitely helped make this whole thing go a little faster. 30 knots-ish about. Still doing really well. 27 miles to go. Wind is really kind of taking us for a ride today. Stanley County, Albemarle. It's right at the bottom of a lake. Yeah, now we're speeding up a bit here. Thanks for the like, by the way. Up to 3 likes now. "23 miles to go to Anson County." Now we're starting to get in a little bit of a area of places I haven't really previously flown to. So I have not flown down here this far down. Sounds like we're losing power now. Yeah. It's nice having really high quality sounds in the Sims. You can tell just the slightest little change of the engines, something's happening. Yeah, guys, doing 161 over the ground at 18,000 now. All right, that's better. SkyWest will be leaving there for Atlanta. Nice, cool. Slow day on the network, man. Maybe everybody comes on a little bit later, I guess. How are we doing? 122 Over the ground, about 16.5 to go. Minutes out. Everything's still good. Oil pressure is good. Temperature is good. Vacuum's still working well. Fuel flow is good. Amps still charging positively. Good power for where the throttle's set. Leaned out nicely. Doing real nice. 15 miles to go. Let's start doing our descent here. Actually, I'm going to do some arrival planning here. So the weather is showing 090 at 5, visibility 10, sky clear. Temperature is 3062. Set that, and we'll go ahead and start a nice slow descent. The airport altimeter is 300 feet, so we're going to start a nice descent down to 3,000.
Altitude.
Throw in the vertical speed mode, and we'll start descending in about 500 feet per minute. And we'll power back to 2,000 RPM. Over 6 minutes, it says, till we're at the airport. It's very nice paced descent. $6,600 for 3,000. Okay, so looking at the weather, now our runways are. 4 flights. You can see what I'm doing here. The runways here are 16 and 34. So we're going to be planning a runway 16 arrival. So go to flight plan, tap that, select runway 16. Which is nice because we're basically already pointing right at it. Descending faster than this. Let's go down to 800 feet per minute descent. Now we'll go back to 1800 RPM.
Altitude.
There we go, 6,000 for 3,000. Only just under 10 miles to go. Anson County traffic, Snare 17 Cessna Skyhawk 10 miles to the north-northwest, inbound runway 16, Anson County traffic. Alright, let's start slowing down. Let's go back to 1700 RPM. Less power we have, the less distance we cover as we descend, but it's not making all that much of a difference. We're still doing 126 knots over the ground. 500. All right. Anyway, looking at procedures, the approaches here, we got ILS 34, RNAV 16. We should not need really either of those. CPOV. Hopefully. Okay. Long way to go here for our descent. Put our target altitude at 2,000 feet. 5 miles to go. We're still at 5,000 feet. Pretty high. There's the airport right in front of us. Throttle back to idle here. We just gotta drop like a rock. Alright, about to disengage the autopilot so we can glide on in. Get some right rudder in there so we can kind of slip this thing in.
Altitude. Below 3,000, mixture full rich. Lights are on. Bring the nose up so we can help slow down a bit. Again, gotta get below 110 knots. There we go, below 100, flaps 110/10. There we go, that's what we wanted. And now, go flaps 20, really slows us down, and now I can really just kind of angle us down and lose some altitude. Easy, easy, easy. That's not going to happen fast enough though. Leaving altitude.
Yeah, we're going to have to go around here. There's little tricks you can try, but they don't work. Don't be afraid to abandon ship and try something else. Anson County traffic, snare 17, Cessna Skyhawk, entering left base runway 34, Anson County traffic. Alright, so we're going to land the other direction now. Some power lines ahead of us, kind of crossing over here. Oh yeah. Flaps full. Anson County traffic, snare 17, final runway 34, Anson County traffic. Alright, we go idle now. .60 knots.
Yeah. There we go. That was a nice landing. That was a very nice landing. All right. Ducking off the runway. Anson County traffic, snare 17, off runway 34, taxiing straight into parking, Anson County traffic. All right, flaps are up, landing light off, strobe light off. Nav light off. Avionics bus 1 off. There we go.
Engine off time logged. The flight is finished. It has been monitored by OnAir.
All right, good things happening here, guys. Good things happening. So let's go ahead and click there. Wheel chock set. Parking brake up. There we go. Aircraft is turned off. Really nice things happening there this time. Let's go in here and make sure we turn that off. There we go. All right, so OnAir says we did our flight here. Took, let's see, 1728 to 1634. Touchdowns. Okay, so engine on, 1634 touchdown. So just under an hour. It's about 54 minutes from engine start to touchdown. Engine off is 4 minutes. This doesn't seem right. Whatever. Anyway. $61 XP received, including a 30% bonus. So we got a valid flight. That's really nice. Reputation increased for 89 nautical miles flown. There's 0.19, a 50% boost for a soft landing. Nice landing speed. Was a little hot, but it was a smooth landing overall. Comfort bonus we got 5% for XP, 10% safety bonus, aircraft handling bonus of 5% added, soft landing bonus, and IMC landing bonus. I don't know why it keeps giving me IMC landing bonuses. This is not IMC weather. But whatever, we'll take it. And a little bit of wear and tear on the aircraft. So another flight completed. That is very nice. Industries are on their way. Good transport. Good transport of the goods. All right, and our next flight takes us right back there again. Right back to Mount Airy. And it's going to be, this might be a long one because the wind was brutal and our tail coming up, and now it's going to be brutal in our face going back. So that's the unfortunate part of flying these kind of routes, is that you get it one way and then it's going to get you back the other way in terms of the performance in the in-air, on-air, if you will. All right, let's bring up ForeFlight here. We're going to reverse. That's what we want to do. We want to reverse these things. True airspeed still in there. Anson County, runway 3. Let's just depart runway 3, 4. Get going in the right direction. And we're going to land KMWK. Probably select runway 36 to land. 89 miles, 9-knot headwind at 8,000 feet. So let's see, the speed, let's see, 30 minutes. 4,000 is probably our best bet. We'll go 4,000 feet. Oh, it's going to be bumpy. It's going to be bumpy. Special for routing, direct is good. Zopak, Victor 103, Gantz, T209, Zadel. That is way too much. Don't need all of that by any stretch of the imagination. In real life, we might end up with Gantz direct, but we would not end up with the rest of that. So anyway, we'll just fly direct because nobody on VATSIM is going to make us fly anything different. There's nobody there. All right, exciting. So we're back here on the ground. Let's go back into OnAir and start prepping for our outbound flight back up to Mount Airy. F thing is FBO services available. We don't really need anything. Search for jobs at the same departure and arrival. So that's just to take care of make sure you are filling up your cargo every chance you have. There are no missions back that are available. Not changing anything. We did about 10% of the fuel on that flight, which is interesting. But anyway, we have 90% still. We're going to leave that as is. We'll have 84 spare pounds. Mount Airy with Greensboro. We're going to do Winston-Salem again. Let's do Greensboro as the alternate. That's our base, so I might as well just keep it there. All right, loading up the cargo. It'll take about 30 seconds. While we're doing that, we'll go ahead and turn the battery on. Avionics bus Uno. I can't move it. Why is the sim paused? Is that OnAir that's doing that? Or did a sim crash? I think our sim crashed, guys. That would appear to be the case. All right, so we close that up. Load it again. Still C4 flight. That's nice. Anyway, so as we attempt to reboot the sim, we'll look more at this, the RB10 here. Yeah, so here's your three G3X panels. These are all touch screens, which is really nice. And they're huge. They really are very nice panels. It's a stick, by the way. This is not a yoked aircraft, so I'm using my Airbus flight stick for that. All the variants as far as interiors go are exactly the same, as far as I can tell. Wow, it's not supposed to be doing that. There we go. Anyway, interior looks pretty much the same on all of them. St. Martin. Pretty little plane. Oh, that's a great angle. I like this paint. I wish there was a way to customize the tail numbers, though. Like they have tail number font. I'll have to actually go into the livery file and make my own if I want to do a custom tail number. It's a really cool little plane. I recommend it. Checking it out at least. It is fast. And then it has this, whatever this Sky for Sim compatible thing it says. I don't really understand what this is. I just use ForeFlight anyway. There's a look at the G5. This is not really what a G5 looks like, by the way. This the bezeling and everything is wrong, but it's close. It's a very nice panoramic view out the windshield. You can see for days. Pretty cool little switches. These are all what you would actually put in this aircraft. I just feel like that bezel's not thick enough.
It is very spacious of an airplane. The ones that I've flown in have been a lot of fun, and they're very big. It's a loud airplane, so you got like an IO 540 engine in it. That thing is massively powerful. And it's variable pitch prop, so you get to practice your prop control, which is a very good skill to have. I stink at it, and I need to actually get better at that because I'm going to be flying a Piper Arrow one of these days, I have a feeling. All right, let's get into Anson County, KAFP. It's not a bad idea to reload the sim every once in a while anyway. Maybe that'll clear up some of that weird behavior we were getting with the wind and the power and stuff. There was kind of weird stuff happening there. All right, let's hit the fly button. Hit the go button. There it is. It's RV14. Let's see this. It's just the tail dragger version of it. This is only a 2-seater. The 14 is a 2-seater. The RV10 is a 4-seater. So that's something that I was thinking about doing. I'm still thinking about doing it eventually, but I have 3 kids, a wife and 3 kids. We need 5 seats. You're not going to find many single-engine airplanes that are affordable that you can fit five people in. So as the kids get older and as the mission parameters adjust a little bit, maybe we'll get into that. We're talking like at least like a 5-year build time though. It takes forever to build these things. So we're not in a huge hurry. But anyway, so now we're loaded incorrectly. Everything's connected. Here, 84 pounds. We'll hit the fly now button. Yeah, now the sim's working right. Okay, everything's green. We'll hit the start tracking. There we go. The weight is set correctly. Turn on the battery. Avionics bus 1. Bus 1. Bus 1. Zoom in here so we can start doing some flight planning. Push that button. You can tell this is not the working title, and I know they haven't added the working title in because normally there would be a little button there that you could press to give you a little keyboard shortcut so you can start typing these things from your keyboard instead of having to actually use the knobs to do them all. I actually don't really mind the knobs all that much. AFP is what we're looking for because this is a little more realistic this way. Oh, I love it when it does this. Just doesn't even enter the actual waypoint that I put in. There it goes. All right, so again, a KMW. Okay. Enter. Boom. Boom. All right, hit that button. Flight planning, 89.4 miles. Good. We can shut that down. And prepare to depart. All right, mixture and throttle full in. We'll go set the fuel tanks to both, and we'll hit the pump. A little bit of fuel in the system. Mixture and throttle back in about a quarter. And clear prop.
Your flight will be monitored until you land and shut down the engines.
Alternator on. Let's go number 2 here. Make sure all the wheel chocks and everything are moved around properly. No chocks. Okay. Good. Turn that off. Interesting. Okay. All right.
is set for takeoff. Good. Is parking brake. Remember, we're going to try to depart runway 34. Which is currently behind us. Anson County traffic, Snare 17 Cessna Skyhawk, taxi to runway 34 for northwestbound departure. Anson County traffic. Stand by on the altimeter. We're only going up to 4,000 feet. Make sure we have that set. There we go. Oh, that's a familiar sound. That's exactly what a Skyhawk under taxi sounds like. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. All right, we are taxiing to the wrong runway, so there's that. Not a big deal. We'll just depart 18, which is actually what the wind is favoring, and then we'll make a quick turn around and off we go. Or 16, that is. Woo! A little dip there in the taxiway. So if you ever get worried, like situations like right now where you cannot see the whole short line, remember that the signs to either side are also parallel with the line, so stop short of the signs. That's a good way to go. All right, brakes are set. Let's do our run up. Power up to 1800 RPM. All right, engine instruments, fuel pressure good, oil pressure that is good, oil temp is still low, vacuum is working, amps are positively charging, fuel flow is in the green. Plenty of fuel. Everything here is level, and level in the middle there. Everything is right where it should be. Let's do our mag check. Go right mag. Slight drop. Back to both. Left mag. Slight drop. Back to both. Alternate static air. Still good. And we will power back. All right, runway entry procedure. Brakes released. And Anson County traffic, Snare 17 Cessna Skyhawk, departing runway 18 to the north. There will be a left turn out to the north, left downwind departure. Anson County traffic. Okay, so runway entry procedure, strobes on, landing light on. Entered runway, 5,400 feet per remaining, says for flight. Lights are set. Go ahead and turn out transponder on, altitude mode. And here we go, normal takeoff. Knots, 55, lift off, positive rate of climb, right rudder.
Airborne time logged.
25 knots. Turn out to the left. Kansas County traffic, snare 17, left crosswind. Still climbing at 75 knots. Let's make sure we get that full standard rate turn in. There we go. And about 80 knots an hour climbing. Got a little more back pressure on the up. Ooh, there's some wind. Woo. We found it. All right. Nice left downwind. Look at the climb rate. This massive headwind now. You're 1500. Let's set up the head direct now. Kansas County traffic, snare 17, 3 miles north, departing the area. Kansas County traffic. All right, autopilot's engaged, climbing up to 4,000 feet. We're gonna have ourselves a nice headwind. Although right now we're doing 97 in the climb. Not too bad. Not too shabby. Like the sim is behaving a little bit better right now than it did the last time around. Coming up on 3,000 feet. Landing light and strobe off. 1,000 to go. Start leaning out a little bit. Power back to 2,500 RPM. Ooh, it's a little too hot. Running a little too hot there. 25 degrees in the cabin currently. It's chilly. 3,500 feet. Coming up on our cruising altitude of 4,000. There we are. Start throttling back to 2,300 RPM. Leaning needed here. All right, about 98 knots over the ground we're doing. 97, it's going to slow down a little bit. We need a little more power. There we go. Definitely a higher fuel flow heading back. 43 minutes en route. It's going to be bumpy, guys. It is windy today. Quick look at 4 flights. Cruising. As you zoom in, you can tell we're not on the Magenta line. That's because I still have the line set as just Anson County direct, and we turned out. So I'm going to go ahead and go into the flight plan, click on the Mount Airy runway 36 part, and hit direct 2. So that puts us right on the Magenta line. 50 minutes en route, it says. GPS agrees. Speed this up a little bit here. You can really see how leaned out we are. I pulled that thing way back, and we're still doing about 100 knots over the ground. Into this wind is really not bad. Our fuel flow is down around 7 gallons per hour. EGTs are up, so we're getting some good performance. It's because of the cool air. Another pretty day in North Carolina. Definitely tell we're closer to the ground. So we're 4,000 feet instead of 7,000 like we were the last time around. It's essentially half the altitude. Six. Whoa, we're cooking. 43 minutes. try some content now. Let's see. Let's go into the old YouTube. I'll look for Captain Sim 767. Let's see what it shows us here. Where's the old? It's got one that says "I review so you don't have to" type of. Here we go. This is the one we want. Wait for the commercials. Monitoring the power. Let's add a little. There we go. Got a little bit more of a headwind now. It's slowed down quite a bit. All right, here we go.
What is up, everybody? Welcome back to Microsoft Flight Sim 2020, where today I'm looking at the Captain Sim 767-300ER. So full disclosure, purchase this outright. It's $29.99 USD right now. It's on sale. I think it's gonna go up to $39.99 at some point. I don't know, guys. I don't know how to feel. This is my first reaction. All I've done is loaded in and gone to third person. So let's take a look. So first thing I've noticed is, I mean, overall, the outside quality of the model does not look bad. You know, Captain Sim, there's one thing they're good at. It's modeling. That's where they excel. Props to them. They get a good model. It's half the battle. So on their page, they talked about some of the stuff, and I'll read it off. Kind of what comes with it is you get. Let me do this. Let's go to the cockpit first off. A little bit better. So you get a 6-door configuration, which is 6 entry doors and then 2 smaller opening exits. That's where you have 2 sets of doors in front of the wing. So you could have one L and left and right, sorry, and 2 left and right, which are jetway accessible. Or this one, which is using the 4-door, which is usually if you're in the U.S. I know United uses it. Delta, I know Delta actually has some 6 doors, but I think most of theirs are 4 doors, and that's what Americans would like. To think of it, it's the 737-800 type of door configuration. Cabin with 3D modeling. Now, going on to the point that's kind of this is where it gets touchy. The cockpit and cabin. So it has the cockpit, as you can see, it's a 3D model. It says it's brand new, built from scratch, including high resolution textures. Essential functionality simulated. So I'm guessing that means it simulates what you need to fly it, but it's not going to be PMPG, not going to be FS Labs, not going to be Aerosoft. You know, it's going to get you in the air. You're going to be able to do a program flight. The basics, and yeah, some systems use default 747. We all knew that's how it was going to be. Complete passenger cabin and custom views with wing views. Those are, doesn't matter to me, but those are cool to have. I know for some people they love them. Now, here's the other part with this, and then we'll kind of get looking at the aircraft. They released 2 livery packs. Sorry, did not mean to just do that. So that's a little touchy. So the livery packs are $4.99 a piece. There's 2 of them. Now they are on sale for the $4.99. They're gonna retail for $9.99. And you're pretty much, if you're getting it, getting the packs. They each come with, I think, 5 liveries, and so you get them on sale. You're paying $1 a livery. Get them at full price. You're paying $2 per livery. I'm gonna be honest, I don't like that. If I'm paying $29 or $39, so 30 or 40, sorry, USD, I expect liveries. You know, this Captain Sim livery's great. I think it's kind of a cash grab. You know, here's the thing. You know, you're gonna be able to download them for free. So it kind of thing is you're gonna have to wait on people to make the liveries. So you're kind of relying on others. I don't like that, especially for the major airlines. You know, there should have been United. There should have been Delta, ANA, and I would have been fine with even a FedEx. Give me a FedEx one. I personally don't necessarily need the door. I can make it work, and you know, it's half. But to release with no liveries, that kind of rubs me the wrong way. To me, that feels like a cash grab. So, without further ado, let's kind of look in the cockpit. So, you know, I imagine that is the same gauge for the 47. That is for sure. You can see the runway. I get this to go away. Sorry about that. Okay, I can't hide the yoke. That alone annoys me. I am the type of person, I had the yoke the entire time, just because it's just in the way, it blocks them. So these two gauges are from the 47. Center two gauges look to be, I can't tell. The thing is, can't adjust the displays, so that's what you're with. It is what it is. That does the job. I'm fine with it. That doesn't bother me. If we go down here, so I will give them credit. I like this. This is green. This is what it looks like, at least from everything I've seen with 67s. This is what it looks like. So I'll take this. You know, visually, it fits it. It doesn't have the crisp, clear, the white coloring that the new model Boeings have. Gross weight, pretty sure that's the 47. I don't think 67 gets that high. So, you know, it's what you expect. In terms of stuff you can click, obviously all of this is, well, except that, is interactive. Let's take a look up here. So we have start, no aligning of the nav, standby power, not even the no smoking sign. That's okay. That's an interesting choice. Nothing over there. Well, you have that, so a little bit. Nothing with the cabin altitude. Anti-ice, you do have. All your lights seem to be interactive. Nothing with the circuit breaker. Which, okay, so there's those lights. And the dome lights. There.
All right, so we get the idea. That looks like a lousy airplane. Uses a lot of the default assets, which means it's basically just a Frankenstein. It has a 767 model, but everything, like 3D model, but everything else is freaking hacked in there from the default 747. So it looks like a monstrosity, not worth your time or money especially. So don't waste your money on that thing. You should know, if you've been around any sort of time, you should already know that Captain Sim makes terrible products. That should just be kind of an automatic understanding that we all have by now. All right. so we still have about 57.5 miles to go, nautical miles, doing 102 knots over the ground, so we're getting about 33 and a little under 34 minutes left to go still. I think this is going swimmingly. Let me know if you disagree. So we looked at a little bit of the Captain Sim 747 review. We looked at the Van's RV10. I gave you a little bit of my review. Looks like a great airplane. Performs really well. I think the avionics suck. And that's not really what I'm looking for anymore. To be honest, I want to have I want some nice, well-simulated avionics that kind of match what I can do in the real world a little bit, so I can get some, you know, kind of practice with them a little bit, some procedural practice, if you will. But it doesn't look like that's something I can do much of in the sim. The pitot cover needed a little bit of pitot tube needed a little defrosting. You need to do that every once in a while. Anyway. So don't waste your time or money with that thing. A Van's RV10 is a nice little airplane that could potentially, once it is able to integrate with all the sort of more modern and higher fidelity navigators, if it ever is, should be a nice thing. But someone's got to. We need a better G3X for the flight simulator. I think that's kind of the bottom line. The working title guys don't do a G3X touch yet, so. It's very similar to the GTN 750, so it's the same. The software is the same, and a lot of the functionality is the same. It's not a navigator, so it doesn't do exactly the same things. It's really just a big PFD and MFD. So it has fewer options in terms of it. It is not going to be the thing that tracks your ILS. You don't have to do, but it still does the radio swaps, and it can do all your engine monitoring too, which is really the real most powerful part. And you can still load all your charts on it and everything. It does moving maps and everything, obviously synthetic vision. So it's a lot like the G1000 in that respect, I think. So they should be able to share some functionalities. If you can make a G1000 work, you can make a G3X touch work, I think, pretty easily as well. Hopefully that'll get added in at some point, better G3Xs. This thing is just silly. I mean, why put sunshades in the sim if you're not even going to make them flippable? And that's all. At least the floodlights work, I guess. That's all Microsoft, though. This is their model. All right. So about 30 minutes to go. Still on this flight, 100 knots over the ground. We're still doing. About to pass over Davidson County Airport again. Got Mid Carolina Regional is out here to our left someplace. Probably a little far away for us to make out exactly where it is. Probably right in here though. Definitely some haze over there in the Charlotte area. Not going to see you out that way very well today. And which means over on our, just ahead of us, we'll have Davidson County, which I think is right in here, which we passed over twice. We're going to fly back in there again later. So I think once we land in Mount Airy, our next leg takes us up to Martinsville, and then Martinsville down to Davidson County. I like Martinsville. Martinsville's a fun place to fly into.
There aren't any actual like building models though in the sim here for some reason, so you don't get the little restaurant that is very popular, especially on weekends like today for flying into at KMTV. Picking up a little speed. 28 minutes. It is nice having an autopilot in a plane like this, a 3-axis autopilot no less. This thing doesn't ask much of you in terms of interaction once you're up at cruise, but you can do as much or as little as you want. It's not an all glass cockpit, but it has the steam gauges and it has the GNS 530/430 stack WAS enabled. The 3-axis autopilot can't beat that. This is a very well equipped Cessna Skyhawk. It's not maybe one that came out like last year or anything, but it's a very modern airplane. Look at that trim wheel. Oh my goodness. Well, it'd be really sweet if there was some way to get like a little... I usually keep my iPad on a RAM mount right up here against the windshield in this corner. That's a good spot for it, but a RAM mount likes to fall down every once in a while, and that's annoying, so I might stop using the RAM mount and I might start yoke mounting it. Little iPad mini right there. That's kind of annoying too, so we'll see. Quick right now. Green, 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 green. Good power. Clean out the mix a little bit here. Nav, pitot heat's on. Still wants it on. "25 degrees outside. It is chilly today." The title of this stream is not just something I made up at random. It is cold today. It's supposed to be the coldest day we get for a while, maybe the rest of the winter even. Weather here at home says 37 degrees in Greensboro. Up at altitude, it's obviously a little bit colder. I can't complain with 108 over the ground. I really can't. And a slight headwind, not too bad at all. Alright, we're like right over the Davidson County Airport now. There it is. If you're poking in and saying hello and just checking things out, try to go ahead and say hello in the chat if you can, real quick. It's nice to know who's watching.
Just under 24 minutes now. Under 40 miles to go. Greensboro area is out over here. We got Ashboro was back over there. High Point right over there. Winston-Salem will be out over here. This haze is kind of crazy on a cool day like today that there's this much haze. I love the winding rivers of the Piedmont. It's really cool how these things just kind of loop around. They do this all over North Carolina, up into Virginia. They just snake around. See the state line there up there at the top, so you're darn near into Virginia. When you fly into Mount Airy. Got ourselves a little vacation coming up the end of this month. We'll be heading up to Bryson City, which I'm not exactly sure where that is. Can we find that in here somewhere? Come on, Bryson City. It's on the way out by like Pigeon Forge, which is in Tennessee. So that means you have to come out by Statesville, Hickory. So Knoxville, Gatlinburg. Where is all that? Here we go. Gatlinburg. It's on the North Carolina side. Bryson City, there it is. 57NC. We wouldn't be able to go to Pigeon Forge. That's a hike. Yeah, we'll be on the North Carolina side, the southern side of the Great Smoky Mountains there. That's pretty far out there, isn't it? It's gonna be a drive. It'll be my first time going up on a trip into the mountains like that. I'm looking forward to it. Kids are gonna have a great time up there, I think. My wife will love it. She's been bugging me to go for a while. Seems to have smoothed out a little bit temporarily. Smooth flight is a nice flight. I welcome smoothness. 102 knots, still about 17 minutes to go. We're not going to have to really do much in terms of preparing for a nice long descent or anything because we're only at 4,000 feet. Field elevation's about between about, what was it, 1269 I think it is at Mount Airy, so we're only gonna have to drop down about 1,000 feet or so. Well, 4,000 is, yeah, let's do an RNAV approach. Let's set that up, shall we? Let's go into flight plan here. Let's add that on. No. Flight plan, push the button. Clear. There, the big button. There we go. And we want to add. Whoa, what is it, Andy? Make sure you guys can see what I'm doing here. A N D E I. Headway point. Andy. We're flying to Andy. And now we're going direct. So let's throw in Andy. Activate. Oh, you can see some snow on the mountains out there. What happened? All the haze just disappeared. Interesting. Alright, Andy, and setting up for the... there's some haze again. It's all to our right. Oh, what was that? I think I saw something. Winston-Salem! Hello again, Winston-Salem. Alright, so Andy is the fix. We are 13.5 miles from that fix. And let's see, what's the wind showing right now? It's 230 at 4, so really 2-knot tailwind for landing runway 6 is not going to... that'd be an issue. Let's set up the procedure approach. 36, there's the chart. Andy's crossing altitude is at or above 4 and at or below 6. So between 6 and 4,000, we'll be at 4,000. And we'll start the approach from there. So let's go ahead and go to procedures. Select approach. Let's select an approach. Let's select not that approach. Let's select that approach. There we go. Andy. Andy transition. Now if you load and activate it, we're already direct Andy, and we're still direct Andy. Yeah, good. All right. So that worked correctly. Nav mode to Andy. And on here, we'll go flight plan. Andy. KMWK. Not NWK. Okay, Mike Whiskey Kilo. There we go. And just for kicks, we'll set the runway as 36. "13 minutes. "10 miles to go till Andy.
in approach arm mode now because we do have an approach loaded up. Once we cross Andy, we'll head on down to 3,200. Let's get that procedure loaded back up. There we go. Come back. Approach 36. Add it to our bag there. There we go, so we can get rid of that. Then we go to a plates button, and that brings that up. Okay. Plates. Now. Still doing 103 knots. Hand flying RNAV approach. Sounds good to me. Raise your hand if you want to see a hand-flown RNAV approach. I love how it gives you the AWAS frequency when you get within a certain range of the airport. Or flight is amazing. Is there a name for that river? It's the Yadkin River. I should have known that. That Yadkin River snakes around this entire area of North Carolina. It is all over the place. See, it comes around the other side of us. All right. Go right by Pilot Mountain again, Hanging Rock. On the airport yet. 5 miles to go till Andy. Last time I flew this approach in the sim, it was nighttime, so it's a little bit different when it's nighttime. Airport should be out over here someplace. 3 miles to go. Let's get ahead of the game, set our next altitude, 3,200 feet. Plane knows something's about to happen. It's getting a little twitchy. Two miles. There we go. Make sure we set the right course here. The course, approach course is 360. There are no non-RNAV approaches into this airport.
Starting our slow descent. Pull back the power to 2,000 here while we do this slow descent. Right past Pilot Mountain. That's pretty cool. Is that maybe the runway right there? I think it might be the airport. Alright, so we're inbound to nav mode. We're going to arm approach mode. So approach mode is activated and glide slope is armed. We're not on the glide slope yet, so we haven't captured. Coming up level on 3,200 feet. Just wait for the glide slope to capture us. 4 miles from Barney. Barney is the intercept fix. 3,200 feet is the intercept altitude at Barney. Mount Airy traffic, Snare 17 Cessna Skyhawk, 4 miles outside of Barney, RNAV runway 36 approach, Mount Airy traffic. Runway in sight right there. Oh, we gotta speed up a bit, don't we? It's gonna take us all year to get there at this rate. Let's go 2,200. Once we get below 3,000, we'll push the mixture in. All right. Before landing checklist, we already know the kind of landing we're doing. Seat backs are in the full upright position. Seats and belts secure and locked. Autopilot will be off here shortly. Gas, undercarriage, mixture, pop. Gas set both.
Anything else?
All right, and here comes the glide path. A little bit high on it. And we'll reduce speed to reduce the power at least to 1,800 RPM. Let the aircraft start slowing down. Mount Airy traffic, Snare 17 over Barney, RNAV 36, Mount Airy traffic. On the high side, which is typical for me. I'm going to try to just keep my eyes down on these instruments here. Alright, let's pull back a little bit of power. Nose up a little bit. Go flaps 1. We're very high. So that helps me keep the speed down but get the nose over. Landing and strobe on. Still a little high. Flaps 2. 2.3 to go. Mount Air traffic, snare 17, Skyhawk 2 mile final, 3-6 RNAV. Mount Air traffic. Here it comes. Whew, squirrely.
Wind 180 at 7 knots.
All right, minimums for the approach are 1527. 1500. Should be able to look up and see the airport. There it is. Landing.
Landing time logged.
Woo! Yeah, baby. That was a good one. That was a good one. Pretty good approach. Really good landing. Give myself a lot of pat on the back for that one. All right, out the runway. Mount Airy traffic, snare 17 off runway 36, taxi into the ramp, P Alpha, Mount Airy traffic. Nicely done, everybody. Landing strobes off. Oh yeah, that was a nice one. All right.
Engine off time logged. The flight is finished. It has been monitored by OnAir.
Alternator off. All right, we'll let it wind down here. Let's actually go with this on. Need to put some oil in it.
There she be. Take a look at our on-air performance. Regular, my butt. That was a nice landing. It's just a little on the fast side, I guess. Okay, so we get the reputation increase and the 50% bonus for soft landing. Very, very nice. Comfort bonus 5, safety bonus 10, aircraft handling bonus 5, soft landing bonus 5. Well done. What is this? Excuse me, sir. All right, other valid flights. And we go back to pending jobs again, a level mission. First 3 out of 5 are delivered. Now we're heading over to Martinsville. 28 miles. A 53-mile flight into Davidson County. Let's not waste any time. Let's load her up. See if there's anything else we can take along with us. Any low weight items. Yeah, stuff's too heavy. That's unfortunate. We got too much gas. We don't have the fuel to be taking on that kind of weight. All right. Load up these missions here. Hello, viewers. It's a good time to chat and say hello, but once we start loading up for our flight into Martinsville. If you haven't already, feel free to join the Snare 17 Discord, and you'll get really good opportunities to see some of the highlights and the screenshots that I take while in the sim and everything. And also join, you get notifications whenever I go streaming, which is nice. We got one new member today, Gretzig, has joined the Discord. Welcome to you, sir. Discord is, the link should be in the description below. I don't know if it links right, but I've got the address in there, the link URL at the very least. So I'm still kind of getting used to how all that stuff works. Let's see, it's a really short flight to Martinsville from Mount Airy. It's not going to take us hardly any time at all. 28 nautical miles. Not going to do any instrument approaches into Martinsville. We're just going to do 3-1 and then get on our way into Davidson, so we can call it an afternoon and I can get some lunch. All right, so we'll do the loading. We'll have 139 spare pounds. Can't even fit my wife in on this flight. What do you think? Should we do 5,000? I don't think we can do much lower because of the terrain. We'll go up to 5,000 on this one. I'm really good at forgetting to turn my transponder off. All right, cargo is loaded. Not adding any fuel. We're still pretty good on fuel. Very cheap fuel here. See what it's like when we get to Martinsville. But we have enough to get to Davidson and back to Greensboro if we need it. All right, fly now. All of these are green. We're all set. We're at the right airport. Start tracking. Yeah, I didn't think we'd get much of a weight shift because the fuel is the same and the cargo weight is exactly the same. Updating flight plan on VATSIM. All right, flight plan is filed. Follow us on any of the VATSIM trackers. Battery on. Let's get that pitot heat turned off for now. It's saying it wants it on still. Parking brake is set. We don't really need the parking brake. Let's get the chocks in. And the sim crashed again. Why does it keep doing that? That's weird. Well, bear with us for a second. It just like stalls.
Connection with simulator lost.
Trying again. Ooh. Ah. Black shark. Don't know what it means, but I love it. All right, let's get power. The thing with these iPads is ForeFlight takes a lot of power, so you have to pretty much give it a constant power source, or else it's going to just drain it like crazy. And so you have to provision yourself when you're in the real airplane to actually have... Oh, did it crash again? It did. Huh. Very odd. Try one more time. Anyway, you have to make sure that you're planning for that in the real airplane. You have a little cigarette lighter, USB adapter to get power, and then a cord over to the iPad. Nice thing about the little cigarette adapter that I have is that it has like a voltage meter on it. So you can tell if the airplane is, if the battery is dying or anything, if you have enough voltage to actually run the devices. So it all kind of works nicely. If your alternator's dying or something like that, the voltage will drop, and you'll have some sort of an indication of that. So you can charge your phone and your iPad on it. It's 12 volts. It's pretty much enough to do just about that much. All right, Sim's running better this time. This is the most crashing I've seen in this sim in a long time. I don't normally get crashes at all, so the fact that it's done it twice now is a bit suspicious. I'll bet it's got to be the avionics, though. I mean, the avionics updates. Notice when I turned the battery and the avionics master on, it froze. Not before that. Not until then. Still, it's really quiet on the VATSIM network today. Lots of flying going on in Southern California. 11 departures out of LA. That's Centeron, SoCal Tracon, LA Tower, San Diego approach, San Diego ground, the Boston area, Bradley approach is on. Yankee Tracon, New York Tracon, Newark Tower, Kennedy Ground. Kennedy Ground. Are you cleared to the ramp? Air China 981, are you cleared to the ramp?
State restored.
Good times. If you don't know what that means, look it up on YouTube. Air China 981. It is hilarious. Our little app to connect ForeFlight. All right. You get to do it all again. All right. And start tracking. Okay. Let's try this again. We're going to load, turn on the battery. Avionics. There we go. All right. Shocks are set. Good. All right. Flight plan. M. W. K. Add. K. M. T. B. Bing. Okay. Flight plan loaded. Shut that bus off. Set parking brake. Bus 2 on so that we can get over to wheel chocks. Turn those off. Turn that off. Bus 2 off. And let's start prepping for departure. All right. So batteries on. Fuel flow flowing. Pump. Fuel flows up. Turn that off. All the way back. Up a quarter. Mags both. Clear prop.
Your flight will be monitored until you land and shut down the engines.
All right, good start. Green, green, green. That will come up. Alternators on. Bring the buses up. Altimeter set. And transponders standby. Brakes released. Mount Airy traffic. Snare 17 Cessna Skyhawk taxi, runway 36 active. We'll take the intersection departure and we'll do a quick run up before we get there. Mount Airy traffic. All right, clearing everything out. Brake test. Brakes work. All right, we're up to the hold short line here. We'll stop. Stay at parking brake. Power up to 1800 RPM. Oh. Okay. Mag check. Slight drop. Good. Good. All right. And everything is in the green. Pressure's in the green. Oil temp's coming up. Vacuum good. Amps charging. Fuel flow is good. EGT's good. We have plenty of fuel. We're level here. Level there. Level there. Everything looks nice. Do static air test. No change there. Pitot heat is on, and normally we'd be doing a carb heat test, but don't need that in this aircraft. There we go, 1000 RPM set. We're ready for departure. Trim for takeoff here. Altimeter set, squawking altitude. Mount Airy. Mount Airy traffic, Snare 17 Cessna Skyhawk departing runway 36 to the east. Mount Airy traffic. Alright. Points north, that's good. Here we go, full power. Knots. Airborne.
Airborne time logged.
.75 set. Alright, we'll be climbing up to 5,000 feet. Autopilot on. Altitude mode engage.
maybe it was V-Pilot that was bugging this thing out. Alright, now we're connected to the VATSIM. Pilot Mountain there, Hanging Rock. Yeah, let's just make it 4,100 feet. We don't need that much, just need to get over these hills. Entering pretty much right in the 45 to the left downwind. Martinsville Airport's like right here at the base of this hill. There's Mount Airy Airport, or Martinsville right there. It's amazing just how fast you can get places in these planes, as long as it's not a very long distance, because These things are not long distance travelers. They can go long distances, but you will not get places. There's faster ways to get places, let's just put it that way. Not in a car, unfortunately, but the amount of time it takes to set one of these things up and do all that stuff, it takes quite a while. It really does. That's the problem with some Cessna Skyhawk type of plane, is it's just not strong enough in terms of power to really get you anywhere quick. And usually with whatever weather is around that particular day, you're not gonna get there all that fast. Checking Martinsville weather. 210 at 7, gust 16, so I think 31 is definitely the runway to go with there. Sky clear, temperature 3, dew point -17, altimeter 3053. Let's go ahead and change our altimeter to match that. Yeah, right about there. Or there, I guess. There we go. Okay. 4100? No. Yeah, let's be 4100. Ten miles to go. Martinsville traffic's near 17 Cessna Skyhawk. 10 miles to the west. Inbound, enter left 45, runway 31. Martinsville traffic. Okay, field elevation in Martinsville's 941, so we'll call it 1,000 even. We're going to start down to 3,000 now. Actually, wait till we get a couple miles closer, then we'll start down to 2,000. Leaving altitude. Let's just do a slow descent now. RPM set. Go ahead and set full rich now. Degrees out. Still nice and cold up here. Airport's in sight right over here. Start descending in earnest now. Start at 700 feet per minute.
don't we track the localizer inbound just for kicks? 3-1 localizer, 111.3.
Altitude.
Actually, let's see if we can do that down here. 111. Alright, 111.3 is set. We'll switch this one to nav mode. VLOC. $2,500 for 2,000. Martinsville traffic, snare 17, 3 miles west, left to 45 for downwind to runway 31. Martinsville traffic. .3 set. OBS course 305. Let's just rotate, rotate, rotate. 305. Huh. It's not picking it up at all. I don't know if that localizer is even in this. All right, altimeter is popped off. Sorry, the autopilot's off. 2200 set for speed. Martinsville traffic, snare 17, midfield left downwind, runway 31, Martinsville traffic. All right, pretty much a beam to numbers. We'll start our descent. Back to 1700. Speed below. Oh no, okay. Notch number uno of flaps here. Help slow us down. And get the descent going. Not quite at the 45 yet. That's good, 45. Martinsville traffic, snare 17, left at down, left base, sorry, runway 31, Martinsville traffic. Sending at 75 knots.
Wind 200 at 7 knots.
Final turn. Wow. I really got to work on these turns. Following these coordinators, man, I don't feel like the planes turn enough. Martinsville traffic, snare 17, final runway 31, Martinsville traffic.
that stinking tree that loads in here. That thing is a pain. So let's go over it, which means my speed's going to get nice and low.
Landing time logged.
Another nice landing, huh? Not bad, guys. Not bad. Flaps coming up. Martinsville traffic, snare 17, Skyhawk off runway 31, taxiing in the ramp. Martinsville traffic. Transponders off. Avionics bus A off. Oh, shoot. And let's kick. Come on. Burn it.
Engine off time logged. The flight is finished. It has been monitored by OnAir.
All right. Another successful landing, everybody. Another successful flight overall. See, there should be buildings right in front of us here. There's a little restaurant and whatnot. It's really actually a pretty nice place. Over to OnAir, we see what we got here. Hit another soft landing bonus. This was a smooth landing. Lower landing rate, and the speed is still just a little hot on speed. But I think we're hitting it pretty well there. I think we are pretty darn close with all that. All right, comfort bonus obtained 5%, safety bonus 5%. We get 5. IMC landing again, soft landing, and aircraft handling bonus were all obtained this time around. So we're doing very well. One more flight, guys. One more flight. We're going from here to Davidson County. Davidson County. This is a 48-mile trek. No, that's not right. 53 miles. This is the cheapest fuel around here that you're going to get, but we don't really need it all. So we're just going to leave whatever's in there, not buy any more fuel. All right, loading the airplane. All right, from Martinsville, we're going to depart runway 31 again, and at Davidson, we will expect runway 24. Fly down there about 5,000 feet, get up over the top of Greensboro. It'll be very nice. Winston-Salem and Greensboro, probably. Okay, so it is currently 2:25, 14:25, 19:25, so
18:35 is our departure time. Expecting about a 40-minute flight. 5,000 feet. Flight plan filed. All right, so let the whole. This is no Davidson, not Concorde. KGSO News Talk 810. Fly. There we go. All green. Start tracking. So hopefully this will be the last flight I have to do in the Skyhawk. So we've made quite a bit of money. Okay. Battery on. Avionics bus 1 on. And we're not frozen this time. That's a good start. Okay. We got a flight plan page. Mount Airy is not correct. Why is that there? Menu. Delete flight plan. Okay, and there we go. Push. 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 There we go. Martinsville. Nice that it has it there. K. E. Wow, can you imagine a time where this kind of interface for a GPS was like acceptable? Enter, add it. Thank you. There we go. All right, that's set. I don't think we ever set the chocks, right? Nope, no chocks set. Don't need it. The oil temp is still way up, so we don't really need to worry about priming yet. Everybody know we're about to start up. Clear prop. Okay. She didn't like that. Let's run a little fuel into her. Oh, I see the problem. I'm not in the habit of actually doing that, so yeah, sorry. There we go. Okay. Back, forward, clear prop.
Your flight will be monitored
There we
until
go.
you land and shut down the engines.
Oy. You never know. Never know with these things. Alright, let's release the brake and taxi out. Martinsville traffic, Snare 17, Cessna 172, taxi runway 31 for departure. Martinsville traffic. The sequence flashing lights. Nice to know they're here today. Oh, look at that beautiful contrail. There's two of them.
couple pair of United airplanes going Dulles to, one's Dulles to Fort Lauderdale, the other one's Dulles to, where's that second one going? Where is that second one going? Dulles to Guatemala. Huh. Chasing each other. Alright, fuel temp's up. Oil temp, that is. Oil pressure's up. Back's good. Fuel flow. Got plenty of fuel. Amps. Kind of discharging a bit right now still. Do a quick run up here. Brake set. 1800 RPM. Alright, start from the bottom here. 1800 set. Amps are good. Vacuum is vacuuming. Pressure good. Temp good for oil. Plenty of fuel. Fuel flow is good. And we're centered, centered, centered. And let's do mag check. Right mag. Slight drop. Both. Left mag. Slight drop. Alright, and static air, good. $1,000 set. Martinsville traffic, Snare 17 Cessna Skyhawk, departing runway 31 to the southeast. Martinsville trap. Actually, before we do that, we did do flight plan, right? Yes, flight plan is filed. Good, 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 good. It's very good. 4,000, 5. That would be the wrong altitude. Let's do it. Let's do this at 6,000. Wrong altitude for directional flight, dummy. There we go, 6,000. We get us over the top of the departure area for Greensboro, also. Flight plan updated. There we go. Alright, brakes, toe brakes, set. Alright, gumps, boop, 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 good. Lights set. Final looks clear. Runway is clear. Runway heading is good. Here we go. Slight pressure forward on the yoke. Helps you keep that nose gear down and on the runway. Knots, 55, brake back, and right rudder,
Airborne time
good.
logged.
Let the aircraft accelerate, 70 knots, 75, climb speed. Turning out to the left. Martinsville traffic, Snare 17, left crosswind. 3-1, Martinsville traffic. right, vertical speed mode armed. Nav mode. There we go, 53 miles, 51 miles to go. Climbing out. Martinsville traffic's near 17, 5 miles southwest, departing the area through 3000 for 6000. Last call, Martinsville traffic. There we go. Climb above 3000. Landing light strobes are off. Got a 3000 instead more of a cruise climb, 500 feet per minute, and get a little more speed out of her. Noses over a little bit. The last leg of the morning. It's a big one, not gonna lie. It's not that long, but this is the payday. The payday leg. Down to Anson County for the first time today. That was fun. It's always fun to check out new airports and new areas. To learn a little bit about the local geography that's around my area. For 6000. $4,500. We're definitely flying into a bit of a headwind, but it shouldn't be too bad. Coming up on 5,000, 4,800 for 5,000, for 6,000, sorry. Let's see, flight to plan, we're gonna go with 6. "29 minutes" it says. Five, 51 for 6. All that haze coming back in again.
All right, 6:58 for 6. There we go. All right. So leaned out, down to about 7 gallons per hour right now. Not a very good speed. We're only doing 92 knots, but c'est la vie. "41 miles to go. The final leg of the day. So we're going to fly right over the Greensboro area. It's Hanging Rock, Pilot Mountain, Hanging Rock, Big Chimney Rock kind of area here. Shiloh, Rockingham, Shiloh area out over here. And it gets so pretty out here. It's just nice rolling, kind of not rolling, but nice plain, green plains out here. Very rich with a lot of trees, a lot of agriculture, some farmlands and stuff. Just nice spaced out here. I would really love to live out there, to be honest. It's a little far from work. We're basically going to go almost right over the top of Winston-Salem Airport. Let's see, should we shoot one more RNAV approach? Maybe we should. Maybe we should. Let's go down procedures, select approach, enter RNAV 24, Hackney. Activate that baby. There we go. Hackney is entered, and we're making our turn to Hackney now. Insert before Hackney. So that changes our timing here a little bit. It's now 25 minutes. We're expecting 32.5 miles to Hackney. Direct Hackney pretty much splits the difference between Greensboro and Winston-Salem. Fly right between the two of them. Blues Lake here to our left.
This is actually a big time practice area for Greensboro Aircraft and Winston-Salem. In fact, they both come out here to do maneuver practice. And this area is to the north of Blues Lake. It's a pretty prominent power plant. You can see it right there. Smokestacks and whatnot. Don't want to fly over that. A lot of thermal activity there. It's got us direct to Iquam. Why did it do that? These things don't always load correctly, and it's really annoying. Select approach. RNAV 24 from Hackney. Yes. Load. Oh, it's got Iquam again. Alright, let's add it in. Come on. Whatever. Alright, we're going to Iquam. Perhaps not flanking our nav approach today. We can't even load the thing correctly. Hazy as heck today. This is sun. Degrees at altitude. Almost don't need pitot heat anymore. "19 minutes. Definitely an IFR kind of day. There's downtown Greensboro right directly ahead of us. You know what that is? No, it's Winston-Salem. Come on, dummy. You know this is Winston-Salem. You've been paying attention. You've been here before. Davidson County weather is 180 at 6, so we're definitely landing the right runway on 24. 10, sky clear, temperature 5, dew point -4, altimeter 3053, which is pretty much what we've already got set. So that will not be a factor for us at all. Just kind of waiting to get over the top of Winston and Greensboro here. "14 minutes till destination, doing 103 knots over the ground now. Have been gradually speeding up a little bit as we get closer. Greensboro area's out over there. Really Winston-Salem that we're about to fly over. There's the airport. Downtown. Downtown Winston-Salem over here. Greensboro Airport right there in the haze. You can kind of see it poking through. looks like the Charlottes are coming online now. Charlotte ground and... oh, just Charlotte ground. That's good. Alright, start our altitude down here. Little cruise descent coming. Southern Winston-Salem here, getting into the Clemens area here pretty soon. Lake Tom Alex there. Go right over City Lake. City Lake has a cool little kind of a little amusement park type of thing kind of attached to it. Highway 285 out here to the right. Goes down into Davidson County and then joins up with I-85 to get into Charlotte eventually, right in Davidson, Lexington area. So when we drive from our house in Kernersville down to Charlotte, we take this highway, 285 down. Increase our rate of descent here. We get down a little bit faster.
Altitude.
1,000 to go. This is High Point, North Carolina out here. To the left, Thomasville. Down here, High Point up there. turn to Iquam's in just under 4 miles. Turn at Iquam, that is. I believe the airport's right over here. There it is. You can see the lights flashing. Runway end identifier lights, the rails. Alright, coming up on 3,000. We'll make sure we're still in cruise mode here. Full rich on the mixture. I'm gonna start kind of slowly starting down to 2,400 again. 2,400. Turning us inbound here in a second. All right. Runway's in sight. Small turn here to line up with it. Back to 1,800 RPM. Alright, go flaps 1. Davidson County traffic, snare 17, about 5 miles out. Runway 24, Davidson County traffic.
Leaving altitude.
Alright, landing. We'll make sure that we got that. Gas set, undercarriage down. Maps and radios, all that stuff. little bit high right now.
Wind 180 at 7 knots.
Laps 2. All right, flaps full.
Landing time logged.
Not too bad. I think I got a nice slow speed on that one. Davidson County traffic, snare 17 off, runway 24, taxiing straight into the ramp. Davidson County traffic. All right, that is all done. Nice easy taxi. Lights off. Pitot heat off.
Engine off time logged.
All right, brake
The
set.
flight is finished. It has been monitored by OnAir.
Reached level 6. Yes. Very nice. Yes. Ooh, love those noises. Level 6, everybody. We did it. All right, so let's do the wheel chocks. Pitot cover on. Cowl plugs. Yes, please. Tie downs. Yes, please. Don't need that anymore. Out there, off there. So we're all released. Full out. Off, 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 off. Keys all the way to the left. We're done. Nice flying today, everybody. Let's turn this transponder off. Charlotte Tower's online now as well. Let's go ahead and pull OnAir up. All times are read from the simulator UTC clock. Made it up to level 6 today. Doing great. Now look at that. A very smooth landing because we got the landing speed down. I really got the speed low that time, so we basically stalled out of the air and right above the ground, and that's what you want to do. Good landing rate. Don't get a smooth landing because the landing rate was a little far on the feet per minute there, I guess. But anyway, got all the safety bonus, the comfort bonus, the aircraft handling bonus. No soft landing bonus, but we did really well. XP bonus today, 5,000. Nicely done. We got paid $72.80. We got the last end of that job finally finished. So we can say okay to that. I think it's about time for us to say goodbye to this airplane. Skill tree. We got some skill tree stuff. Good. So let's see. There's pending jobs again. Now, I guess it just keeps giving you these level missions. This next one is it's here to TTF. Where is that? 386 miles. Okay, so it's a much longer, much longer cargo delivery this next time. And the pay for it is just $33.40. That's a very low paying job. So we need to find a bigger airplane because we're not going to get 386 miles in a Skyhawk. Oh, TTF. Wow, look at this place. Custer Airport, West Monroe. Is that Illinois? What state is this? Michigan? Wow. Wow, that thing is way out. Huh. It's 386 miles. Is it supposed to be TTF? TDF? Like Person County? Interesting. So yeah, after level 5, I guess you're pretty much done with the airplane you're in. And so yeah, that'll be the end of the Skyhawk, everybody. So now what I have to do to get rid of that. Let's go to skill. Let's see. 2 skill points to assign. I'm wanting to get these licenses done here. So I can get onto this stuff. All right, let's add that one. There we go. So now we got to do a little airplane management. So there's our current cash. It's going to jump up to about 30K here as soon as I ditch this airplane. Rented. Manage. Stop the rental. So here it says I'm going to pay $376 credits to because it's not at the departure airport. Aircraft renting fee will be $187. Trip back fuel, pilot wages, going to pay someone and paperwork, all that stuff like that to send this airplane back to wherever it goes. I just get rid of it. Just get it out of my face. All right, so we don't have a Skyhawk any longer. So just getting it back to the rental company. They'll return it to wherever it needs to go. Affordable aircrafts only. Cessna 310R. Display, sell, and rent. See where they are. All right. Then 100 miles of Davidson County. The closest one is over at Concord. There's one at Shiloh. That's for sale, though. These are all for rent. This is a nice one here, but it's, I don't even know where that place is. 1 Victor Alpha 7. What's that? Aaron Penson's. Don't know where that is. Whiskey 88. So Air Harbor Airport. That would be a really nice one to get. That's right next to Greensboro, like literally right next to Greensboro. Bluefield, Henderson, Pace. I don't know where that is. Let's do the Whiskey 88 one. Let's find out some more about this one. $10,090 an hour.
$1,090 an hour. That's crazy. Airframe conditions 98%. It's got 852 hours on the engine. Engine is 100%. Engine 1 is 100%. Engine 2, 91%. Okay, we can work. 3272 Quebec. This will be the bond, $10,900. Let's rent it. Oh, because you take all the seats out, you have 315 extra pounds. There we go. Seats are gone. All right. It's got some fuel in it. So now I have to get myself up to that airport. So to do that, you go to My Company, Employees. Click on itself, manage. I'm going to transport to Whiskey 88, Air Harbor. And I'll come up and say, it's going to take 44 minutes. Yes. So in 44 minutes, my guy will be positioned there. I can pick up that airplane and fly it into Greensboro. Then off we go. So there you have it, everybody. We are all done for the day with the flyings. It was a good day of flying. Tons of fun. Thank you for joining us. Like and subscribe, guys. Follow us as best as you can. Check out the links that I have down in the description for the Discord server and from the Twitch channel. If I get more people interested in the Twitch channel, I'll go back to streaming on Twitch. But for right now, I like doing it on YouTube. It's much better quality on YouTube, and I think you guys will probably all appreciate that a little bit more too. But anyway, let me know. Like and subscribe, comment. Let me know if you like this format here on YouTube, or if you'd like to see something different in the streams and do a different kind of flying or something like that. Let me know, and I look forward to hearing from you. Everybody have a blessed weekend. God bless, and we'll see you guys soon.